Good evening and welcome to the June 1st, 2022 regularly scheduled Planning Commission for the City of Santa Monica. The time is 5:34. I'd like to ask staff to do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Fauna Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
Commissioner Tolkien? Unmute yourself.
Yes.
And Chair Reese.
Chair Reese is here. Commissioners, before we go on to the Planning Director's report, I'd like to do a little bit of agenda management, if you would indulge me. The applicant for 6B has asked for a continuance, and I would like to see if there's any interest in granting that continuance with a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have moved by Landers, second by Fauna Bernardi.
Is that the ARB appeals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Fauna Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
And Chair Reese.
Yes. So that will be moved to another date. I don't think we have a date certain. It'll be renoticed. Is that correct, staff?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners. Now, if we could have the director's report, please.
Good evening, Commission. Coming up at your next meeting, which is 2 weeks from tonight, June 15th, will be 1426 Montana Alcohol CUP. That's for a new butcher shop that opened on Montana. They're seeking alcohol through the CUP process. Also that night, the Commission will review draft red line revisions to the housing element. We don't have anything currently scheduled for July 6th, so we are considering canceling that meeting, and we'll let the commission know as soon as we figure that out. City Council actions on May 24th. There was a rather lengthy discussion at the council regarding the future of in-person versus online meetings. So that conversation is ongoing. In terms of the Planning Commission, we don't anticipate that the Commission will be required to come back in person anytime soon, at least within the next few meetings. So we will keep you posted as that develops. Also that night, the council talked about the budget, upcoming budget that will be adopted on June 28th. This was just the budget study session. There was not, frankly, a lot of discussion about the planning division items. We do have 3 positions in the upcoming budget that will be converted from limited term to permanent. So, while this doesn't represent new bodies for the work that needs to get done, it does change the category of those positions from limited term to permanent, which gives people in those positions obviously more security and more certainty that they'll have a job going forward. So it's been challenging having limited term positions because, especially now when it's so hard to recruit for people, when you're recruiting and just saying you can only promise 18 months or whatever it is, it makes it more difficult. So again, these aren't new positions, but having them converted to permanent is a very important step forward, and I appreciate the Commission's support for those positions. So thank you for that. Upcoming at City Council on June 14th, modification to the HR&A contract, and then we have 2 landmark appeals that night. And then on June 21st, we will be presenting draft red line revisions to the housing element to the City Council. So And that's a lot of what the commission will be discussing at the June 14th meeting. So obviously a quick turnaround from June 14th to June 21st, but your city planning staff is working very hard to move that forward quickly. So that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Director. I see Commissioner Lander's hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Just for clarity, we have the discussion agendized tonight. Then red lines are coming back to us on the 15th, and they're going to council. Council is not doing a discussion item on the response to HCD, right?
That's correct. They're
Between now
not.
and the 21st.
Yeah, that's correct. They're not. And I think to be clear, it's not a, they of course cannot formally adopt the housing element because we need to do the additional SQL analysis for them to do that. This is very similar to what the Planning Commission took action on last March, and then the council in June. It's basically like draft revisions.
Okay.
You know, so that's basically what it is. So the council's action would really be to, you know, probably endorse the draft red line revisions just so that we have permission to submit them to HCD.
And then would you be doing the SQL analysis based on those red lines?
Correct. Yeah. So if you can think about, I mean, well, it's on the agenda tonight, but this is really sort of a two-part discussion with the Planning Commission. You know, tonight is the heights and FARs, because that sort of is a big chunk of things. We're taking time to do that. And then what you'll see on the 15th is the full red lines. A lot of it is technical stuff, but, you know, we'll have that all presented to the commission.
Okay, no, I'm just trying, I'm not trying to get ahead of the discussion. I'm just trying to understand in this conversation what the calendar is for how the housing element is moving through the calendaring process. And whether or not council will see it before we do the next two steps. It sounds like the answer is no. And then at some point after the SQL analysis is done, you're going to come back to us for formal adoption, and then it'll go back to council for formal adoption. Okay.
Right. And with the hopes that, you know, it's the same, like what we're trying to get at is sort of like a drafting compliance from HCD. And we'll kind of explain the process that was explained to us by HCD staff. That's kind of why the quick turnaround on this is because we sort of had some fruitful conversations that we'll share with you.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Not seeing any. Well, thank you very much for your report, Director Martin. And with that, I will turn to Planning Commissioner announcements. I have a couple of ones I'd like to read out, and then I'll ask other commissioners if they have announcements. Regarding public comments, please note tonight's procedures for public comment. We are accepting real-time oral public comment by phone for each item. Please check the top of the posted agenda for the phone number to call once the caller queue for each item opens. The caller queue will remain open when each item is introduced and will close after the first 5 public comments have been heard. So after the 5th speaker, will close the comment period. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the commission. Comments received after 12 p.m. today will be considered part of the record of the proceedings, but may not be posted online with the Planning Commission agenda prior to the meeting. A second announcement relates to the moderator chat function within Blue Jeans. This is for technical help only from administrative staff. It is not a public comment forum. The commission, in fact, cannot see the chats, nor can we make any comments on them, nor will they be forwarded on to us. With that said, commissioners, do you have any announcements? Okay. I will move then to the consent calendar. We have consent calendar 2A, which is the adoption resolution of 22-012 PCS, resolution of intent declaring the Planning Commission's intention to consider recommending to the City Council that the Council amend the text of the zoning ordinance to establish an outdoor space program allowing outdoor commercial activity on privately owned property and other zoning changes related to emergency response and economic recovery, including but not limited to amendments to allow flexibility in off-site sales of alcohol beverages by restaurants and to ensure consistency with expanded authorization to allow outdoor commercial activity on certain public outdoor spaces. We'll open the caller queue, public comment right now. Staff, if you could share the number, please. While we're waiting for individuals to call, I want to ask the commissioners if anybody wants to poll this item.
Me, please. I just have a question of staff, really.
Okay. Nina, we'll go ahead and see what we want to do first. We want to ask for any ex parte communications.
Chair?
Do we have any? Chair, I see Commissioner Landers.
Yeah, I just want to ask the city attorney if Commissioner Fresco only has a question of staff, do we need to pull the item? Couldn't she ask a question about the consent agenda?
She could
Because otherwise
ask
we have.
True. I mean, you could do it two ways, but the simplest way is to ask a question about the consent agenda, I suppose, generally. But, you could also pull it and waive the staff report and just do it that way as well.
That's
Commissioner Fresco would be willing to ask about the consent agenda. It might just be faster.
Yeah, but I'm heading in a different direction, Sean. So let's
Okay.
go ahead and go through. Do we have any ex parte disclosures?
Yeah, parte on this.
This isn't quasi-judicial.
No.
Lots of cooks in the kitchen. Do we want to waive the staff presentation?
Yes.
Don't move.
Second.
Okay, motion to waive the staff report. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
Yes.
Chair Reese.
Yes. With that, Commissioner Fresco, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, please. I was reading this report about how 93 businesses have temporary permits and use parking lots for their parking, for their outdoor seating and so forth. And I was kind of realizing that it was an opportunity to poll 93 businesses who've been using parking spaces for other purposes and find out what the real life impacts on their business was to have that change in parking access. And I was wondering if we could do that as part of the next steps of this, because it would be helpful in evaluating how we want to handle this going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. So I think that very exercise of asking and kind of reaching out to our existing permit holders is part of kind of the research that we're going to be doing to kind of understand how best they've been using those private spaces on property. As a part of this, as included in the staff report, we kind of mentioned finding the right size for these allowances and also kind of what is maybe the appropriate parking requirement or at least the reduction of space to allow for these outdoor spaces. So that would definitely be a part of our research moving forward.
So specifically, you will be pulling on the impacts on their business, if any, on using parking spaces in this different way.
Correct. Yeah, and part of that is understanding how they're using it, how they're currently using it. Some of them, some businesses, we realize even though they might be holding permits currently right now, they may not be using it as they did maybe a year ago or halfway through the pandemic. So, being able to kind of understand like how it first started off in the program versus how perhaps maybe there's the same demand for these outdoor areas for private parking lots, that'll be part of kind of the outreach.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Great.
Sure.
Any other questions, commissioners? Staff, did we pick up a caller or two?
We do have one person in the queue.
Okay. Can we hear from them?
Good evening, caller. Your microphone has been unmuted. and you will have 3 minutes to make your statement. Could you please first state your name? They disconnected.
Okay. Well, with that, then if we could get a motion on the resolution.
So move.
Second.
I got Fresco moved, second by Landris. Roll call.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
Yes.
and Chair Reese.
Yes,
Sheila,
Great.
you can stop sharing screen now too.
that has moved forward, and we'll look forward to that coming back to us in the near future. Moving on in our agenda, we do not have anything under study sessions, continued items, or staff administrative items, so we'll move into public hearings. We start with 6A. And I think if you could put on the screen while I'm reading this, the call-in information. This is for 1025 Montana. It's permit number 22 ENT-0041, conditional use permit to allow the sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption with a Type 20 ABC license, with on-site and structural tasting, a Type 86 ABC license, in conjunction with the operation of an 808 square foot retail wine shop within the neighborhood commercial district pursuant to the Santa Monica Municipal Code, Section 9.31.040B. A conditional use permit is required for the dispensation of alcohol beverages for on-site and off-site consumption. Okay. My instructions are going to ask me to ask for ex partes, whether those are required or not. Does anybody have anything that they would like to disclose at this moment?
Just to clarify, they are required for this item.
Thank you very much. And I think the applicant is on the screen right now. If you could just turn off your video for right now until it's time for your presentation, we appreciate it. Thank you. So there's no ex parte disclosures. Can we get the staff report, please?
And Chair, just before Anna Fernandez begins her presentation, I just wanted to introduce the commission to Anna. She is one of our new associate planners. She's been with City Planning for 4 months, so this will be her first presentation to the Planning Commission. So welcome to Anna.
Welcome, Anna.
Thank you.
Feel free to start when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, is that coming up full screen for you?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so good evening, commissioners. My name is Anna Fernandez. I have a brief presentation for 1025 Montana conditional use permit 22 ENT-41. The project is located on Montana Avenue between Street. It's one of two parcels on that section of the street, zoned neighborhood commercial, and a similar general plan designation with residential to the rear. The parcel is comprised of two parcels that are tied together with an approximate lot size of 10,750 square feet, highlighted in the red boxes on both sides of the screen there. Here we have the street view of the subject site. It's part of the several tenant spaces that line the street. In the first tenant space on the easternmost section of the parcel, on the key map, it would be the furthest to the right. And as I mentioned, there's about 4 tenants. There's 4 tenants in that commercial center, and the yellow arrow is pointing to the street access on Montana. This photo is taken from the alley access and shows the associated parking lot to the rear of the commercial center. The blue square more or less in the center of the image, you'll see the rear access from the parking lot to the space. This is a close-up of that same image that shows that rear access to the space. The tenant was previously a hair salon, so those are the previous images from that tenant and how it did before. And the subject request, as indicated, is to establish a new retail wine shop with vintage clothing sales and in accordance with the conditional use permit section of the code. They're also requesting to have the Type 20 ABC license for the offsite sales of beer and wine, and a Type 86 ABC license for instructional tasting. The initial hours of operation proposed by the applicant were from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, or 7 p.m. daily. But earlier today, staff received communication from the applicant that requested expanded hours to 9 p.m., and those have been reflected on this slide. And still maintaining the tastings and wine sales limited to the normal business hours. On this slide, you'll see the Statement of Official Action Condition number 2 that was included in the staff report, and the red line text includes the previous closing hour of 7 p.m. and the newly proposed 9 p.m. hour for the Commission's consideration. Moving on to the floor plans, or the site plan here. In the red box, you'll see the overall tenant space. It's comprised of a planter that faces Montana Avenue. The hashed area is the retail space, which is accessed from Montana through the ADA ramp that's the top of the section there. There is a small courtyard to the rear and a storage space for additional wine that's meant to be stored there and that's not meant to be accessed by the public. The floor plan for the interior of the space shows the wine racks that are highlighted in the red boxes as well. This totals 48 linear feet of wine rack display, and it's interspersed with the clothing racks for the clothing sales. And there's no additional floor area that's proposed for the site itself. The applicant conducted a survey of neighborhood compatibility. Sorry, go ahead. Okay. And in that survey, they established that there were 6 alcohol outlets. There were no similar license types within that 500-foot radius of the site itself for either Type 20 or Type 86. There is one existing liquor store within that radius, and that is a Type 21, so it's off-sale general alcohol. There are no parks, schools, or churches, and the police department did not have any comments regarding their safety and security plan. And staff found that it conforms with the goals of the land use and circulation element as it increases access to local goods and services. This is an excerpt of the draft conditions of approval included in the STOA. And again, you'll see the red line text with the initial proposed closing date of 7 p.m., now reflecting 9 p.m. And there is also some language there regarding limiting the display area for the wine for 48 linear feet and the tastings to 21 persons 21 years of age or older, and 6 1-ounce pours per customer. The project was noticed in the Santa Monica Daily Press, so mailed to property owners and tenants within a 750-foot radius of the site, and that resulted in 864 notices. And prior to the meeting, public comment received was one email communication. And that concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any comments or questions.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Commissioners, do we have any questions right now of staff? I see Commissioner Fontaine first, and then Commissioner Landris.
Yeah, I have a question. The applicant had met with the neighborhood group and offered to have one wine tasting a week or for a month, depending how you look at it. Was there some reason that never made it into the conditions of approval? Or was the city aware of that, I guess, another way of asking the question?
Thank you. That communication was not shared prior to the meeting. I did see it posted on the agenda, I think this afternoon, actually. But that would be why it wasn't included in the draft STOA conditions.
Okay. That's all I had.
Mario, can you repeat that again? You said one tasting a week? Is that what you had said?
Yeah, or for a month. That was one of the discussion points. We got a letter from the head of Wilmot saying that they met with the applicant and he made that offer. And so they were hoping to see it in the, obviously hoping to see it in the conditions of approval, but it didn't make it in there. So the question is why?
All right, thank you for bringing that up. I didn't see the one per month in that correspondence, but I'm sure we're going to talk about that forward. So with that, and then Commissioner Landers, you have a question?
Well, I actually was curious about the staff's response to the correspondence from the neighborhood groups, and I have some questions about that, but I'll ask them of the applicant. I just was curious about whether staff had additional comments about the public correspondence received, because I believe that did come in. I'm just going to look again, double check.
11:39.
Well, so here I'm looking. Thank you, by the way, Ms. Fernandez, for a terrific presentation, and thank you for keeping it short. There's a letter dated May 23rd, and I recognize that you had responded in the sense of, why they couldn't see the draft STOA, but they did. The chairs of Wilmot and NOMA had actually made 6 specific requests, and I was just wondering how many of those you felt able to respond to.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we did review those requests, and they were actually hoping to review the draft STOA and have those included in the draft STOA as well. We felt that our conditions of approval already addressed the recommended conditions that the neighborhood representatives had discussed in their email. And so that's why we didn't address them there. However, the proposal for having weekly tasting events, those staff was not made aware of until this afternoon. So those were not included.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about the I'm actually asking about the other items that were listed. They had requested an expert, so staff was basically not agreeing with the request for an expert. I'm asking I'm not trying to get us anywhere in particular. I'm just trying to establish the response to the neighborhood groups. So it looks like staff was not comfortable requiring an alcohol expert being on staff. There will be a conversation later on about the time. And then was there a question about the limit on the number of participants, and then bottle handling, waste, and noise, right? So I'm just wondering whether you're saying that the STOA addresses those concerns.
That's correct.
Already.
Yes,
okay.
Commissioner, you got it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Yeah, I thought I did see the 4 tastings per month on there. I was wondering how that didn't enter into the staff recommendation. And
Sure.
also who monitors those 4 tastings, that it doesn't become a wine bar after some time.
Commissioner Falcon, just to interrupt really quick, I made the mistake by saying the 4 per month. That was in a different letter. I was talking about one that came today, so that is in that letter. Now staff can respond to your question.
Good evening. This is Tony Kim, Principal Planner. The recommendation for 4 tastings a month came from Wilmont, but staff feels that that condition was not necessary given the limited servings that are allowed and the limited hours of operation and the conditions that are already included in the STOA regarding noise mitigation and whatnot. So staff is comfortable with the conditions that are currently in the STOA.
Who monitors this?
There'd be no direct monitoring of tastings by staff. The applicant is required to adhere to the conditions of approval, and if there are any issues, and if there are any issues are relayed to our code enforcement division, then actions would be taken.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, I will ask for the applicant presentation. Remind them that they have 15 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Am I on?
Yes, you
I'm
are.
in a little corner. Jen, you can go ahead and appear if you like as well. Now I'm used to Zooms where my head actually shows up, so I'm a little bit confused because I'm like little tiny thing over here in the corner. But anyway, so thank you everybody for taking the time to review and discuss this evening. I actually had no idea that Anna was a newbie. She was super helpful and responsive throughout the process, so I really appreciate that. And she's given a good overview of the project, but I did want to talk a little bit more about the applicant and what her kind of idea for this is, or what her concept is, and a little bit about her and her background, and she can chime in herself as well. And we actually had planned on discussing these. They weren't, my understanding from this, I wasn't actually at the Wilmont meeting, but my understanding from this is that this is being requested. It's not something they necessarily agreed to. That being said, they are by and large reasonable and workable. So I'll go into them in a little bit more detail, but they seem like they're in the ballpark of what the concept was anyway. So basically, BP Vintage is the brainchild of Jennifer Wesh. Some of you may be familiar with her. She's been in Santa Monica. She's been a Santa Monican for over 35 years. She has several restaurants and other businesses that are in Santa Monica, including these Blue Plate Oysterette and Blue Plate Taco concepts. Both of them have alcohol licenses, and so she is an experienced operator with respect to those restaurants and is experienced in terms of managing alcoholic beverage products. Now, those are, of course, on-site consumption. This would be for off-site consumption other than the Type 86, but her history with the city of Santa Monica hopefully will give some level of comfort that she is a very responsible operator. She's a very ethical operator. She's very community-minded. These restaurants are known and loved by locals. And this is, her concept for BP Vintage is basically it will be this kind of charming neighborhood place that is on a very walkable stretch of Montana that is characterized by a variety of retail and restaurant uses and other neighborhood services that are mostly, local places, rather than having a lot of chains. Part of the charm of Montana is that most of the businesses are actually, they're local, or they're kind of smaller, they're smaller operators rather than having, Banana Republic and a Gap, and that kind of thing. So her concept here is she's been a longtime lover of both vintage clothing and vintage wines, and she had the idea of combining them. She looked for a variety of different locations, but when this one became available, it just seemed like the perfect space for it because it will fit in very nicely with the neighborhood. She actually lives very close to it. She might walk on over when she goes to work. And, she's very familiar with the vibe and the people in the area, and she's a good community member, and her intention with this is for it to, be a good member of the community. In terms of, I'll let her talk a little bit more about, what her concept is if she would like to. I did want to briefly just kind of go over those conditions, which Jen and I reviewed earlier today. So with respect to, so I'm sorry. So Jen and her partner, Nick Dumargi, I'm not so sure I'm saying it right, reached out to Wilmont and to NOMA. NOMA did not indicate any interest in them making a presentation. Nick did make a presentation before Wilmont. Unfortunately, he had an unmovable scheduling conflict, so he was not able to, regretfully, he was not able to attend tonight. But the report is that it was well received by the community there. And these conditions, like I said, are, more or less workable. Just to go over them, there's 6 of them, or there's 6 points that Elizabeth Van Denberg makes in her email. One of them is having an alcohol expert on hand when events take place. That's certainly going to be part of, that's built into the instructional tasting, built into this license type. In terms of requiring a parking space or a Lyft Uber use, that's not something that she can commit to. She'd have to discuss it with the landlord, or she'd have to get permission from the city. That being said, part of the conversation we had earlier where we wanted to expand the request for the operating hours is that, if she has these events at 6 or 7 o'clock at night, then the other businesses that are using that parking lot won't be using them anymore, so there'll be ample parking there for the event. So that'll actually reduce any congestion there, and it's probably a more appropriate time to have an event like that anyway. As far as the events being limited to 4 a month, that's approximately what they would want to do. She doesn't necessarily want to have it be 4 a month. There might be times like around the holidays when she would have them more frequently. Generally speaking, once a week is probably a bit more frequently than they'll actually have them. But maybe around holiday times, it might be appropriate if it's very busy and people have a lot of interest to, have them a little bit more frequently than that. And they actually have to end at 9 p.m. The ABC regulations for this license type restrict these activities. They have to occur between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. And in any case, that's not any later. She probably would have them maybe at 7 o'clock, and then just if people kind of linger or whatever, then it might. That way, she has a little bit of a buffer, so people aren't. She's out at the crack of 8. So that was the thought on that. The number of participants being limited to 20, that seems totally doable. It is a small space. It's, that's appropriate. And some of these conditions, like the bottles being rinsed and recycled and organic waste being put in green bins and trash, those are, generally applicable things. In terms of noise mitigation and monitoring elements, there's not going to be any amplified music. It's not going to have late hours. There's a parking lot that's in between. It'll primarily be kind of inside or in the little garden area, kind of in the back. We don't really anticipate there being any significant noise in it. So other than that, the conditions in the staff report were acceptable. Like I said, the reason for asking for the slight expansion of hours is just it generally will be open between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m., but there might be times like around the holidays and so forth where they might want to have either the retail portion or the instructional tasting events that extend a bit later in the evening. So that's all I have. I thought I'd keep this somewhat brief to be able to respond to anything afterwards and let Jen chime in, talk a little bit more, about her background and who she is and what she has in mind here if she'd like.
Thank you. Ms. Rush, would you like to add anything?
You're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
All right.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I was inspired when I went back east by a store that was very similar. And I have always collected vintage clothes, and my partner is, he teaches one of the top wine. For some reason I'm echoing, I don't know why. He teaches one of the best wine courses in the world in France. So, and he was teaching during the pandemic via Zoom. And I don't know if you know, but I had a restaurant on Montana Avenue for 20 years, which closed 2 years ago. And I kind of put everything together and was inspired by the vintage clothes wine, thus the name Vintage and Vintage. and wanted to get back onto Montana Avenue. So that was kind of what inspired me, and here we are.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any questions of the applicant team at this moment? I'm not seeing any questions, so, oh, here we go. Commissioner Landers.
Thank you. So I want to get to the bottom of this event limit, the event limitation. I'm trying to understand your business model, because I have I remember visiting somewhere in Santa Barbara, for example, where I wandered into a wine shop, and there was a tasting made available, and it was like my wife and I, right, stopped in a wine shop and we were offered a tasting. And I'm wondering whether out of, sort of respect for what the neighborhood is looking for, but also to give you some flexibility in terms of attracting visitors who are wandering down Montana Avenue and are of age and are sober, and there's no reason they shouldn't be able to taste some wine, that we really clearly define event, so that you might agree to limit the number of people in a party. I mean, not an event. I mean, like a party of 4, a party of 5. That, if they wander into your shop and they want to taste some wine, that's not particularly a problem. A couple, some friends, that kind of thing. But that what the larger events, the events that are above X number of people, might be limited at some level. And I'm just wondering what your thought is about that. In terms of distinguishing between the visitor strolling down Montana Avenue who'd like to taste an appealing looking wine, and you want to give them a taste, so you might sell them a bottle, as opposed to, oh my goodness, you're tasting the Rieslings of 2020 or whatever it is.
Right, like a more formal.
Exactly.
Class.
Yeah.
My understanding, and Valerie would have to correct me, is that our primary business is really a wine shop and not tasting. And I don't have the ability, like if you came into the shop and said, wow, I really want to buy that wine, I'm unable, I think, by ABC rules, to actually open the bottle and give you a taste. I think the tastings have to be by like a vintner or a distributor, or someone who's actually an outside rep. So
got it.
I think we can form classes which would be more structured, and I don't think that's going to be the core of our business. I think the core of our business is going to be the vintage clothing and the bottles to sell to take home. And Nick currently works at Wally's, which is one of the biggest outlets in Santa Monica. So I think that, because it's a new business model, I wish I knew more about how the shop was going to do, and what, I was asked, like, what percentage of your sales do you think is going to be vintage versus wine versus classes? And I don't know, because it's a whole new model for me. I just hope that we're profitable and can stick around, and I know the community will love it. I just feel like the classes are probably going to be once a week, if that, in the evenings. And what we'd probably do is, like, let's say you strolled in and said, wow, we'd really be interested in tasting that. I'd take your name and number, and when we did a class that involved that wine, I'd reach out to you.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to get to is having you, not putting. What I wanted to do was kind of maximize your flexibility in the small group setting, and make sure that there was some control in the larger group setting, so that as you refine your business model, you don't have to come back to us for every little change to what you have permission to do, right? But having had that experience. But if you're saying you're never going to have a wine rep come in and want to offer little tastes to parties of 2, 3, or 4, then we need to give you. But then that's what I'm getting at. We would need to come up with some language that very clearly states, let's say you go back to ABC to get a license to allow you to do that on small scale, that you wouldn't have to come back to us to go through this rigmarole again, if we can give you that limited flexibility for a small group of people. And then when you have the larger classes, those are the ones that are formally limited, whether or not ABC said, like ABC could say you could do 1,000 people, and we're like, no, you can't, right? For that reason, I just want to make sure that we're not writing a STOA that hamstrings your ability to pivot as you need to at the smallest scale. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. So it sounds to me like you're not certain what your business model, how that's fully going to mature, so to speak.
Valerie, how does that work?
Yeah, I was actually going to chime in, and I was actually going to see whether I could text the guru at our office about this, who knows all things ABC. So the Type 86 license does not contemplate sort of a spontaneous little miniature tasting of what the kind that Ms. Commissioner Landris is talking about. It's possible that that's possible under a Type 20 license. I sort of respond to things that come up, and that one has actually never come up before, but hopefully I can get you an answer on that promptly. The Type 86 is more of a formal event, so that's not something where it would be a spontaneous event. In terms of the frequency of them, I guess we do want flexibility, but look at it this way. So, for example, around the holidays, there might be a lot more demand and a lot more interest for them. So I could imagine having the event slightly more frequent than once a week around the holidays, before Thanksgiving. Who knows, maybe she'll want to have a kosher wine thing before, the Passover or something like that.
Sure.
But it doesn't mean that week in, week out, there's going to be multiple things. In fact, I imagine that weeks will pass between when she has one and another. But I think on average, once a week is fine. It's just, but not necessarily set up so it's precisely, so she can't have more than one a week, as long as it's on average once a week or less. I think
so you're looking for 52 a year. You're not looking for one a week. You're looking for 4
or less a year. But obviously she's not going to have them 30 days in a row like that. I mean, that would be obnoxious.
Well, we'll have to come back to this in discussion. I just would it would be helpful for us to know how much flexibility you need for your business model, and how we can work with the legitimate concerns of the neighborhood to make sure that the larger scale events are controlled. So is it one? It sounds like you don't want one a week. 52 or less per year might be a little bit too flexible. I don't know whether it is. We'll have to come back to that in discussion. Are you looking for 4 a month? Are you looking for 12 a quarter? This is what the city's going to.
Maybe 12 a quarter is a better way of putting it, because that would, I don't know. It seems like somebody else has an idea on how to. To be honest, Jen's been a restaurateur. She hasn't done this particular type before, so in terms of her knowing how to manage it, it's one thing, but to be able to predict, it's a little bit more difficult, because it's.
The classes are going to be small, and I would imagine that I don't, there may be a need, because we're probably going to have 12 people per class, it would probably be, if there's a huge need for it, maybe we would do once a week. If there's not, we wouldn't. It's just going to depend on the need. I mean, I would like the flexibility to do once a week. I just don't know what the demand is going to be.
Sorry, and then you're not anticipating any events larger than 12 people?
I mean, no, I don't think so. There's really, the back little area is very small. I mean, I would say 12 plus a teacher, 12 to 15 max. I mean, we really don't have the room for larger.
Okay, I'm getting a sense here, so I'm going to stop with my questions, and I see that colleagues have questions.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, you had your hand up, I saw.
I'll just hold it for discussion.
Okay. Any other questions right now, commissioners? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let us go to public comment, and we'll come back to you with for rebuttal.
Should I mute and get off the video?
Please, thank you. And staff, if you would put back up the call-in number and let us know whether we have any callers.
So far, there are none.
Okay. I think we're going to give them a 1-minute timer here, since we opened it up at the beginning of the event as well. Okay. Staff, did we pick up a caller or two? Hello?
No, Chair, there's no new caller.
Outstanding.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, I think the applicant has the opportunity to come back with a response. We don't need a detailed response. In the minute, maybe you thought a little bit more about this issue of how many meetings you or events you would like to have throughout the year. But this would be an opportunity to give us a little more feedback before we start our discussion. Ms. Sachs or Ms. Rush?
Oh, hang on. I think I mean, I would think weekly would be fine. I wasn't, this is a new conversation about restrictions. So, I mean, I would think weekly would allow the latitude to, I think that would be fine.
Although I think you might want to have one more often than like around the holidays.
Right. So then I don't really know the answer to that.
Could we say weekly on average, with the understanding that if she had two a week here and there, but not on a regular thing, would that be a reasonable way to approach it?
Well, we're going to have to discuss that as a group and see if what the group thinks. What I'm wondering is there during the holidays, if we define a holiday, are we talking the Christmas holiday season, or are we talking about other holiday season? Because if we start talking about holidays, it could fill into a lot.
Well, I mean, July 4th is not like a particularly wine-themed holiday. So I think, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's.
Okay.
I would assume, unless, Jenny, I mean, I don't know, if you had like a kosher one or something, but I don't know if that's really your.
No, I would think the holidays would be like Thanksgiving to Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas, New Year's, yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your responses. If you have anything else to leave us with?
I think that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to, unless there's any questions, commissioners. Oh, I have Commissioner Fresco.
No, I thought you were going to say we were going into discussion. I wanted to say.
Okay, that's where I was heading. I just saw your hand up. Didn't want to cut anybody off. Okay, thank you very much, applicant team. Let us move into just.
I will, can I say one other thing is that depending on, if wine margins are low, so in other words, if you buy a bottle for 10, you sell it for 12, then it's not like you double wine, and vintage clothing's marginal. So I feel like if we're charging $30 a class, and you have 10 people coming, that's $300. That's great. That could keep me afloat. So that's why I think the flexibility might be important, that if that becomes a nice revenue stream from 5 to 6, that I guess I could always come back and ask for more. But I just don't know, that could be a really strong revenue stream if the others are not.
Understood. Commissioner Landers.
Okay, so I wish that some of this had been resolved more clearly before this came before us, but when you met with the neighborhood groups, and I'm sorry they didn't call in, I would have asked some questions. Did you discuss with them the size of the event that you had in mind?
I mean, I think it was limited to no more than 20, and I think these restrictions, I think what happened was Nick presented to Wilmot, and this to Wilmot, right? And because I had oral surgery, and they had said, well, how often, would you do them? And I think it just came up like possibly once a week. So I think that's where this is coming from. There was nothing committed to or discussed formally.
Right. I think the issue, and this is what I'm trying to understand is, multiple times a week with 20 people is what leads to a letter saying, is this a de facto happy hour, right? Whereas, 1 or 2 times a week with fewer than 12 people is barely, is going to be difficult to distinguish from the store next door that's having a sale, and then the store up the street that's having a sale, and right, that's attracting a slightly increased traffic volume. So, I think we
We're also limited to serving 1 ounce. So
no, I understand that. I'm saying we're going to go into discussion about it, and I'm hearing different business models and different requests for flexibility. Ultimately, I think we're going to have to do what we have to do, but this is your last opportunity to ask very explicitly for the level of flexibility that you want. So I want to offer you that opportunity to state it really directly, what flexibility you want in terms of frequency and maximum number of people.
I would say maximum 20, and I would say I'm going to go on the generous side and say 2 a week, which I highly doubt we will, but I'll go generous.
How about 6 a month? Do you want to do something like that?
Sure.
Okay, that gives us something to talk about. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes. Well, Commissioner Fresco's hand was up first.
No,
You're
I
still
just-
you're still.
This is a discussion we should be having with each other, and it would be really great if we could stop trying to have it with applicants.
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you.
And she disappeared.
Oh, Lord.
There
we go.
I'm here.
Jen's gone.
I'm back. When Wilmot asked about access to these tastings, I'm not clear exactly what they're asking for. Were they anticipating that their participation would be free, or did they even get to that point?
You're muted, Ms. Rush.
I think
you can't charge for the tastings, but they could charge for a class, but you can't charge for the tastings.
I gotcha. Okay, so they're asking.
I think they were asking us, like, oh, would you do one for Wilmot? I don't think it was like, I don't think they were asking for them once a week. I think they just, my discussion with her, she said, oh, maybe Wilmot will, do a tasting. And I said, sure. I don't think they were like discussing once a week for them exclusively.
I just wanted to clarify that they're not asking for this for free. Is that not clear?
Well, the instructional tasting events actually are free. They're required to be free, but the idea is that you purchase the wine. You don't have to purchase the wine, but the idea is that you learn about fine wines, and you may decide that you want to buy a bottle or.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's close the public hearing and go to our discussion, please. But once again, thank you very much, applicant team. Commissioner Fresco, I sense you have something you would like to say.
Learning to say that I just can't see how, with all the requirements already imposed by ABC, including the fact that they can only give each person teeny little cups with once at a time, even if there's 20 people, that it's going to be a problem, and we just don't need to limit it. And I move that we adopt the revised STOA with the 9 p.m. closing time.
Second.
So we have a first and a second with Fresco and Lambert. I have discussion with Fauna Bernardi.
Yeah, I would like to propose a modification that we include 52 weeks a year, 52 tastings or classes a week, and that we limit it to 20 people.
Well, Mario, I'm sure you made an omission there. You said 52 a week in the last
year.
You said 52 a year in the first time, but anyways, just to clarify, so that's is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it's necessary, honestly. I mean, first of all, didn't we hear somewhere that it's a tiny room and there's already a limit of 20, that 20 is a limit that's imposed by the space?
I heard her say that she'd have a tough time getting 12 people in there.
Right. I just don't think we need that. And if 12 people each drink a drop of wine on her premises every day, is that going to disrupt the neighborhood? I just want to give conditions for real impacts, and I just can't see it.
Remember, this furniture and these racks can be rolled around, and if the program really takes off and you want to have a class of 20, this space is big enough for 20 people to be seated. You would just push the clothing and the racks to one side, use the whole space. So 20 is a reasonable number. I don't think they're going to get to that number a lot, but occasionally they will. And, the limitation of basically 52 times a year allows them to shrink and expand, pack more on the holidays, less in the non-wine days, and you're off and running. So, and they're comfortable with that. So that's what they asked for. They asked for actually, not 52, but 76, 70, yes, 75 a year, whatever it is.
So first things first, hold on, Commissioner Landers. Is this a friendly amendment?
I want to hear what Sean has to say.
Okay.
But,
yeah, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment, which is to say, I don't want to put, this is why I asked the question and got as far as I did with them. I do not want to put a cap on the number of events they can do with 12 attendees. I don't think that's reasonable. Or even, we could talk about 12, we could talk about 15 people, including staff. I do think it's reasonable, as Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has suggested, to limit the number of 20-person events. And I would prefer to limit it to something like 78 a year, which is sort of, or 6 a month, which is what they asked for. I would give them what they asked for, which is 6 a month for the 20-person ones. But I just don't think anybody will notice if 12 people are standing in their shop as opposed to somebody going to the month-end sale down the road. So I just don't think we should get into that level of micromanagement at 12 or fewer or 15 or fewer. That's my friendly amendment suggestion.
Which is what? Say it again. What exactly? So
what they're saying. So it depends. I don't know how we ought to word it. I wanted to.
And how many times? What's your amendment?
So I'm saying for classes or events, I guess is the word we have to use, with more than 12 non-employees present, we would limit them to 6 a month and cap the total number of non-employees at 20 people. For classes and other events of 12 non-employees or fewer, we would not impose a limit of any kind. We would give them the flexibility to figure it out for themselves.
So yeah, it's a little bit. So you're just to make sure I'm understanding this properly, is you're saying that anything over 12 up to 20, we're putting a cap on how many times a year, and that's six per month, and that they can do tastings below 12 at any number they want throughout the year.
Correct.
And they can't do anything above 20 because that's what ABC said, right?
Well, I don't know that ABC said that, but that's an occupancy number that was imposed in this meeting.
Or we could not use a number and tag it as their occupancy number, which is by definition their cap.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to just call the question and see if we can just let this go the way it is and see what the other three commissioners say.
Commissioners, I'm hearing that those two amendments are not friendly, and unless there is more discussion, we'll call the question.
Can someone repeat the motion, please?
The motion.
This was as amended by staff this afternoon.
Okay.
It's a staff recommendation with revised condition number 2, which allows the tastings to go from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. instead of 7 p.m.
I got you.
Chair, may I ask, rather than a series of votes, could we perhaps hear from other commissioners where they are so we don't just keep voting to get to something? Because if there's a clear majority for the staff report with the 9 p.m. close, then that's the vote we should take. But I think it would be helpful to hear from you and from the vice chair and from Commissioner Tolkien. Just even briefly.
Commissioner Tolkien.
Yeah, I think 9 p.m. is fine. And I think that maybe we should just say 4 per month That way they can bunch up too in holidays and, whatever they need. So, and as far as I'm concerned, 20 is the maximum people that should be in that space.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Raskin?
I agree with what Commissioner Tolkien just said.
Can we move on?
No, we can't because we got to come to a motion that everybody likes. Right now, I would have gone with Cresco's motion.
Me too.
So we're at a 3-4, but we now have to vote on that to get it off of the table and get a new motion because we can't get a friendly motion.
May I restate my friendly amendment and see if we can get a support for that, which is above 12, 6 per month. If one more person can live with that, we can just get that through.
Well, I think what would be friendly is if you just wanted to cap the number of people at a tasting at 20, and then it wouldn't matter how many they had a month, because even 20 people drinking a drop of wine at a time, I just don't see a lot of alcohol.
I can live with that.
Okay, that's friendly.
Okay, so we'll cap the number of people at a tasting at 20 and leave the number of events open-ended.
Do you want to do that thing where they can, we have boilerplate language where somebody can come back after a year if there's a problem. Do we want to do that or no? Can we add that? Sure. Staff has, let's do that too.
Okay. So it's the STOA plus cap at 20 for tastings and a check-in at 1 year if there are complaints.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
Let's vote.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
For the sake of consensus, yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
Jesus.
Yes.
And then maybe I think we need to vote on the STOA. That 1 year thing kind of threw us for a loop here. We weren't talking about that.
Do you guys want to bring that back to us?
Yeah, why don't we bring it back to you at your next meeting, just so we have the language.
Yep, I like it.
It's the same language we've used all the time.
Yeah, we just don't have it in front of us, which is our rule, because you've got to see it. So
it's a good rule. Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, applicant team. Okay, we're going to. Ms. Sachs, are you saying goodbye?
I was saying goodbye because I understand. Are we?
We're done. We're done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on in our agenda. We have nothing under 7, nothing under, we do have some written communications. Have we seen written communications? I apologize. I'm not sure that I've seen written communications, folks. Nope. I'm going to move on to 9A, which is the review and recommendation from Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. Proposal to add a parcel located at 1515 Maple Street to the Will Rogers Learning Community Campus located at 2401 14th Street as required by the Public Resource Code Section 21151.2 and Government Code 65402. The district has requested a written report from the City of investigations and recommendations for each proposed site in addition to the existing school site with respect to conformity with the adopted general plan. Do we have a staff report? And also,
sure.
let me just one quick thing. If we have public comment, just public commenters know that there is a call-in number at the top of the agenda, and they should be calling in now. Commissioner Landers.
Sure. Thank you. For the sake of absolute transparency, I do want to state that I serve on the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Financial Oversight Committee. There is absolutely pursuant to rules regarding conflict of roles, there is no possible way that my service as a planning commissioner and my service as a member of that committee could conflict in any way. There's no oversight or other control from one to the other. And in any event, this matter has not appeared on agenda. It would be outside our jurisdiction. So I will be participating in this matter as a planning commissioner without any concern about a possible conflict of interest. But I did want to be transparent about the other position that I hold for the benefit of the public.
Thank you for that transparency and for your service to the community. Staff, can we have a presentation?
Yes, you can. Just one second. Okay. This is a very brief presentation on parcel expansion to the Will Rogers Learning Community. So the Santa Monica Unified School District proposes the addition of the parcel at 1515 Maple Street to the Will Rogers Learning Community Campus, which is located at 2401 14th Street. And the request is for the Planning Commission to make a recommendation on the general plan conformity of the parcel addition. So what is not before you tonight is the campus expansion. It's just the addition of the parcel. You can see here on the left, this is sort of a bird's eye view of the Will Rogers campus, which is outlined in yellow, and you can see it's between 14th and 16th Street, Maple Street on the south there, and then that line in green showing the parcel that is proposed to be added to the campus. The parcel was actually purchased by the school district about 3 years ago, and the purpose of the addition is to facilitate future development, which this district has indicated they're currently undergoing that secret review process, and as is typical, they reach out to the city for consultation on those future facilities, which would include a learning garden, a cafe, and a parking lot. And in looking at sort of these very, very conceptual site plans, staff did notice the relocation, potentially you have a driveway from Maple Street to 16th Street, hence some of the notes that we made and suggestions of collaboration with city staff for changes to the public right-of-way, and also just suggestions to the district to be mindful of any potential impacts to adjacent residential uses. Just so you understand the process, the school district can vote, as they have in the past, to exempt themselves from the city zoning regulations. That is something that the district representatives have indicated, will be something that will be brought forth to the school board to be voting on. So again, what is before the commission tonight is really just the addition of this parcel and the request for the commission to make a recommendation on the conformity of adding the parcel to the campus. And as noted in your staff report analysis, schools are allowed by CUP in this R2 zone. It's a residentially zoned parcel. So the staff's recommendation is the Planning Commission find that parcel addition is consistent with the general plan. And attached to your staff report is sort of a draft written report there. And you can see that it includes the Planning Commission's finding that it's consistent with the general plan, and it includes a couple of suggestions with respect to neighborhood compatibility and circulation, really just considerations for the school district in their future consultations with the residents and with the city. That concludes my staff report. And I do want to note that we do have representatives from the school district, Stan Brinkowitz, sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, and Michael Burke as well, who are available to answer questions from the commission.
Will they have any presentation for us? I don't see that on my list.
I don't think they were just available for questions. They didn't indicate that they were making a presentation. Oh, okay. Here you go, Stan.
That's correct. We have no presentation to give. We can answer questions though.
Okay, well, I guess we're at that point. So the first hand I saw was Commissioner Landris, then Fresco, then Fontavanardi. So Commissioner Landris.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions of staff first. I understand your point about exemptions, and perhaps perhaps my understanding of the law is incorrect. I would like to, for the clarification, my understanding is that the school district can only exempt itself from zoning regulations if it's for a classroom.
If it's what?
Yeah, you
If
broke
it's
up a lot.
Okay. If my understanding is that the school district or the college can only exempt itself from local land use regulations if it's for classroom use.
We can double check that, but I don't believe that's the case. Just give us a moment. We'll look it up. I think we looked at this for the meeting, but I don't think it's that restrictive.
And I do just also want to clarify that, that portion of it is not before you this evening. To the extent there is any action taken by the school district, that would be taken at a later date. So right now it is just the incorporation of this parcel into the campus that you're being asked to.
I understand that. I guess where I'm going with this is that I understand that you've narrowed what our oversight role is here, and I completely get that. My question, in light of that other question, is what is the proper address without taking sides one way or another? What is the proper address for example, the Maple Street neighbors to address their concerns, because they are asking questions that typically are questions that a planning commission would respond to. But what I hear you saying is that it would be the school board that would be making the decision if, in fact, they have the power to exempt themselves, even for a non-classroom building. So I would just like to, however this discussion goes, I'd like it to be really clear to the public who they can talk to and bring their concerns to that has actual power to shape and constrain the project.
Right. To the extent that, again, as Heidi mentioned, what's before the Planning Commission tonight is the addition of the parcel and only that. And it's, but with respect to the project, the city is not the applicant at all. So the school district, and certainly Dan or Michael can address this in terms of the outreach process they've undertaken with the surrounding neighbors. And, if neighbors have concerns about the project, as with any applicant, we always encourage direct communication with the proponent of a project. And, because the city is not the proponent of the project, we are simply responding to a request for consultation from the school district.
Okay, next, Commissioner Fresco, I believe.
Yeah, I have a question for staff about this idea of general plan conformity. It's noted that schools are allowed in residential neighborhoods by a CUP, and which means that they can be allowed, but certain conditions may need to be applied for them to work. But because we can't apply those, when we pass a STOA for a project that we review and we have to say that it conforms to the general plan, we say, well, it complies with the general plan because it achieves the goal this way because we put this condition on there that made sure that it did that. And of course, one of the things that, I started echoing. One of the things that comes to mind for me personally when I think about the school district projects is that there's no transportation demand management, which is, of course, a big issue in our general plan. So what does conformity mean in this context when there are conditions that we can't apply and have no?
Yeah, so when we look at general plan conformance, it's conformity in principle. So the general plan, as just by its very name, is general, right? It doesn't, the land use and circulation element does not list specific permitted uses or prohibited uses. Sometimes there might be a policy in the loose that is very specific about a prohibition. In this particular case, this parcel is located in the low density land use designation. It just has a very general description of what it is, and by its very nature that schools are allowed by CUP. It's not a prohibited use, in the zoning code. So, by that standard, right, this particular proposal of the parcel addition to the school is, in conformance in principle with the general plan.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, I think you had the next question.
general point of information. Is every elementary school going to require or ask for a cafe?
Maybe Stan or Michael want to address that. That's not something that I would know.
I could take that one on. I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes of this part of the meeting. We're doing some master planning for several of the elementary schools based upon what their needs are. Some require some changes to the cafeteria and auditoriums and eating areas, and some do not. Will Rogers has an auditorium that's used for many, many things, and certainly is in the need of having a separate and designated cafeteria on its site. So that's why this particular site needs it, because it's currently one of the few that doesn't have a dedicated cafeteria.
Okay, so when you say cafe, you're really saying cafeteria.
Yes, of course. It's a place where food is prepared and served or warmed. Right. Not every site has a cooking kitchen.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other commission questions? I think I'm going to take a quick question. Staff, does the school district need our concurrence on conformity to move forward? And if we said it doesn't conform, then they can't take the property over? Seems like that's our only discretion and only interest in this evening. You're muted, Jean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my understanding of it in looking at the Public Resources Code and the Government Code is that it's a request for consultation with the local agency. There's a 40-day time limit for it. It does the statute does not say that the process stops. If the local agency makes a different determination, it appears that it's a consultation process.
It doesn't require a completion. They just need to come to us and talk to us.
Correct, right. It's a request for consultation.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
So, I'm looking at the staff report. So are we being asked to recommend that to the state that it conforms with our general plan, or are we actually being asked to make recommendations to the school district about things about the parcel in general? What do we recommend? Right. Which one?
So what the recommendation is again, the proposal is just the simple addition of the parcel, not the facilities or, whatever is proposed on it. It's just adding the parcel to the school campus. And, is that parcel, its intention for school use, right? Is that in conformity with the general plan? That's the question.
Okay. Commissioner Landers.
Yeah, I just looked it up because I wasn't clear and I was looking for, I found section 211.151.2, to promote the safety of pupils and comprehensive community planning, the governing board of each school district, before acquiring title to a property for a new school site or for an addition to a present school site, shall give the planning commission having jurisdiction notice in writing of the proposed acquisition. The planning commission shall investigate the proposed site, and within 30 days after receipt of the notice, shall submit to the governing board a written report of the investigation and its recommendations concerning acquisition of the site. The governing board shall not acquire title to the property until the report of the planning commission has received. If the report does not favor the acquisition of the property for a school site or for an addition to a present school site, the governing board of the school district shall not acquire title to the property until 30 days after the commission's report is received. So, to Jing's point, it doesn't stop it, it slows it by a month. But I will also, while I'm speaking, just say, as far as I've been able to find, there's, for what they're proposing, unless they're going to call it a classroom building, they're going to have to come back to us. So, or to somebody, to the city in some form, before they can actually do the things they want to do.
Do we have any other questions right now? Okay. Does the applicant team have anything they would like to say before we go into discussions?
Sure. Just I'd like to reiterate what staff had said during its presentation, is that the site plan that was presented is just highly conceptual. It is by no means final, that the district will be going through a design process that will engage the community and the city, as well as in conjunction with CEQA clearance. So what's on the site plan could end up being dramatically changed in the end as a result of that process. It was just merely an initial conceptual idea of what the property could be used for, but by no means is it the end-all be-all. And there's quite a bit of, like I said, design and public involvement and city involvement that will happen before it's decided upon what actually would go as far as improvements on that property.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Commissioner Lambert?
I just want to clarify for myself. We basically, all we're saying is that this site is okay to acquire by the school district because it's consistent with the general plan as they are proposing to use, correct? That's all we're doing tonight.
Yeah.
We're not planning the site. We're not doing anything other than saying, and they can acquire it even without our consent. So
right, and that's the key, I think, is even if we say no, we don't think it's conforming.
Right.
All we do is slow down that construction, unless Commissioner Landris's comment about it having to be classrooms is accurate, and we'll find that out as we move through the process. Okay. Any other questions? I'm going to thank the applicant team and Jing, and I think it's time for our discussion. Do we have any discussion? I'm going to start the discussion, folks, by saying we have no authority here on this, so I don't know that we should spend a lot of time fighting it. I will highlight this is an educational use, which is fantastic, and our education in this community is great. The Edison, when my kids were in Edison, they went through a remodel. They had to do the same thing when they added 2 parcels. The facility is far superior to what was there before, and I think that the kids will be well served by a school. I would like to make sure that the school district does as much outreach as possible with the community to address as many concerns as possible and remind the community that those are their representatives and that they vote for those folks. So they have some sway in the decision making, but this is an educational use, so I think we should go forward with it. Maybe the only concern would be we are in a housing crisis and it's not helping our housing issue, but educating people is a pretty strong second to housing people.
I agree.
Other comments? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
I would like to move the question.
That is do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Lambert. Any discussion? Commissioner Fresco?
I just have to say that I really, really, really wish would start dealing with transportation demand management. That's all. That's all.
This school and every other public school, that would be fantastic.
Private schools do it and it works. I'm just saying.
Well, only because they're forced to.
Right. And since nobody, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
I'll just say that Grant won Bike It, Walk It again this year.
Yeah.
If I may, just make sure that you took any public comment that may have come in during this period before you take your vote. Apologies.
No, I am embarrassed. I'm sorry about that. Let's open the public comment. We'll show the number and then start the clock.
We do have one caller right now.
Hello.
Good evening, caller. Your mic has been unmuted. You will have 3 minutes to make your comment. Could you please first state your full name?
Rebecca Sprigg.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm calling in reference to the item on the agenda 9A. I am a 39-year resident of Maple Street, and I am concerned about the school district's plan to reorient a school garden and create a parking lot which faces Maple Street. I think this would be a detriment to the neighborhood. We are requesting only that they keep their current footprint and that they don't use the parking lots for sports field users. We're also concerned about a parking lot that would replace a soccer field, which is near the new Performing Arts Center. And we were reassured by the district before that Performing Arts Center was built that they would not be creating any new parking, that street parking or SMC lots would service that building. So we're just concerned, and we know that the Planning Commission doesn't have the final say, but we just wanted to share with you our concerns. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for reaching out to us. Any other callers in the queue right now?
There are no other callers right now.
Commissioners, I think that we need to give another 30 seconds to a minute to allow somebody to call in, since I did a poor job of announcing that in the beginning. So, staff, will you please add another 30 seconds to the timer and give a chance for somebody to call in?
We have another caller, a couple other callers.
Great. Thank you very much.
Good evening, caller. Your mic has been unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. Could you first please state your name and then go ahead?
Hi, my name is Ann Steinberg, and I own 2 properties along with my husband on Maple Street that backs up right against Will Rogers. We've lived here for 30 years, but we've lived in Santa Monica for 38 years. And so I want to say that I agree with what Rebecca said. I'm just curious that if once approved, this means that they could build an alley behind our homes, which was something that was on the architectural landscape design, or that they can do anything they wish with no regard, because now it belongs to them. And then I just want to state that this is a really safe and a wonderful community. We all really support all the Santa Monica schools. We send our children to them. Every bond we pay for, we highly support the schools. And this neighborhood is for people that have lived here for many, many years. The least amount of years that any of our tenants have been here is 19, and more for over 30. So I just think that people have to consider that this is a residential neighborhood. Even though we are R2 lots, we are people who have raised our families here. There are a lot of families with young children here that are affected by the traffic and everything else that is caused by the school, and I wouldn't want to see any more. So I just really want to thank you all for the work that you do for our city and for allowing me to speak. But again, I wanted to say that I really agree with everything that Rebecca said prior to me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your time today.
Good evening, caller. Your mic has been unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to comment. Could you please first state your name and then go ahead?
Is that me?
Yes,
Is that the
please state
caller?
your name and go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Yayla Schamberg. I'm a resident and homeowner on Maple Street, along with my family, and have a young son. So thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk and explore this opportunity to explain with you. As my friendly neighbors also said, I have a lot of concerns about the initial plan. What I've seen, it didn't feel as thoughtful as I expected from Santa Monica in the neighborhood. We moved there about 3-4 years ago, and we are the house directly across the street from what will turn into a parking lot. So our front door, our porch that we have right in our deck that we sit on with our son will now overlook a parking lot instead of the school farm. So my concern is not only the aesthetic of the street, which Ann said is right now a beautiful street that we moved there for. We enjoyed kind of the pleasures of it and the planning and thoughtfulness that's gone into it. But we're also concerned about the potential alleyway. There have been some run-ins in other areas of the neighborhood where there have been alleys and homeless people living there. And I personally have had an aggressive scenario where I felt unsafe with people who've been kind of living in alleyways not far from our street. So that's a big concern of mine. And again, kind of the aesthetic of it, personally, it would be very disruptive to have a beautiful street and now suddenly have what feels like an industrial car park right in front and on the corner, kind of opening our street. So thank you for listening. And I ask you to consider some alternatives, which might be, one, provide the spacing and the utility necessary for the school as it grows so we can help support them, but that is more thoughtful to the neighborhood and its long-term residents and homeowners.
Thank you very much. Staff, do we have another caller?
Yes, there's a couple more. Good evening, caller. Your microphone has been unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. If you could please state your name first and then go ahead. Good evening. Are you, your microphone has been unmuted. If you're there, please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, sir. You're in the meeting.
Is this me?
Yes, that is you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry. Hi, my name is Charles Adler. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Go right ahead. Sir, we are hearing you.
Okay. Hi. Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you guys. I just wanted to chime in as well. My name is Charles Adler, and I also live on Maple Street. I am a big supporter of the school system and happy to see the progress and change and support our schools, but hopefully in a more thoughtful way that doesn't erode the neighborhood. I helped to complete ground at the sustainable farm there and am an avid supporter and volunteer, and I'm getting ready to build over there. But with the traffic already being
Mr. Adler, I have to.
A main thoroughfare with the now on 16th Street. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the area, but they now have taken 16th Street and made it a right-hand turn only, so you can't take a left to Ocean Park. So now everybody comes down Maple Street to turn onto 14th to then take a left onto Ocean. So the amount of traffic and the amount of speeding traffic that we've seen, just on our little block between 14th and 16th, I think we have 8 children under the age of 5 years old. And the park, when we moved into Maple Street, that was a church just out there. Then it became a vacant park kind of community outreach. And then now the school has, built a very sustainable farm there. Again, like I said, I've been a major part of helping out along, but just really hoping there is a way that we can keep that farm. There's already a huge parking lot there. I just wonder if there's a way that we can reconfigure that or put a dead end on the end of Maple Street to block the 16th traffic. It's just, I'm like I said, I'm open to just hopefully the city and the school is open to looking at other potential changes. So that's something else.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
We do have one more. Good evening, caller. Your microphone has been unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. If you could first please state your name and then go ahead.
Hi, this is Zena Josephs, and I realize that the Planning Commission, doesn't have a lot of control over the district's use of the parcel. It was originally a small church, and when the district bought the property, I attended a meeting there with the superintendent, Carrie Upton, and neighbors to see how the district was going to use it temporarily. Just to make you aware, if you're not, that John Adams Middle School is right across 16th Street from this block of Maple, and the play fields are right across the street, so they are used 7 days a week. That block of Maple also has gridlock in the morning for early morning drop-off at John Adams, so they're dealing with a lot of impacts from the school district. And again, while I realize you don't have a lot of control over what the school district does, just want to make you aware of all the things that they are having to put up with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Joseph. Is that the end of our commenters?
There are no more commenters currently.
Great. Okay, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to come back and acknowledge those comments and or respond.
Yeah, so just again, all of the comments that, as we understand them, are dealing with the conceptual plan and what ultimately will go there. And I just wanted to repeat that our request here is just whether the parcel is in conformity of the general plan to be added to the Will Rogers campus, and the further planning of that location along with the Will Rogers itself will occur at a later process when its further design work is done. That will have plenty of public comment opportunities for both the city and the community at large to do that, as well as reviewing and analyzing the potential environmental impacts from what ultimately gets designed. And that will, of course, as you know, will be another public process that will be fully in the public view, and all of that will be considered by the school board before it decides on what project it wants to move forward with. So all these concerns I have been taking notes, and we of course will report back to the school district on the concerns, and that will be taken into consideration as we move forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioners, last chance to ask any questions. If not, let's move forward with discussion and or calling the question. Commissioner Lambert.
I just think it'd be really, and I think the message has been received by the public, but maybe you, Chair, could actually clarify exactly what our role is in this. Yeah.
Well, as I understand it, and staff will correct me if I'm wrong, is we really don't have a huge role. There's a public resource code that requires the school district to come to us, tell us that they're interested in purchasing this property, ask us to comment on if it's in conformity with the general plan. Past that, I don't think we have a role, and even if we say it's not in conformity with the general plan, what I'm hearing is 30 days after we make that report, they can go forward with the purchase.
Right.
And then we've heard a lot from community members about parking traffic in the area, and we're hoping that the school district takes to heart the community process, and I believe they will. They generally do a good outreach job. I'm getting past your question at this point. I'm sorry, but that's our role, is to say whether it's conforming with the general plan, and even if we say it doesn't, this purchase can go forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, can we have any other discussion on this, or do we want to make a recommendation at this point?
Chair, just a reminder, there was already a motion made by Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi with a second by Commissioner Lambert.
Thank you. And that is just to recommend. That is just a straight recommendation of conformance with the community plan and to look at the issues that staff has already raised and to start considering ride-sharing programs or TDM programs that reduce their traffic footprint.
Yes.
Great. Can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
Chair Reese?
Yes. Okay, it is 7:20. What I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break before we go into our next item. Get a little food, a little drink, and we'll be ready for the main event.
All right.
So 7:30 back here, please.
It's a great dog, Jim.
Great dog.
Is there a dog behind you?
2.
Oh.
Yeah, they're both waiting for their nightly walk.
Are they spaniels?
They are.
Beautiful.
I've had 7 of them in my life. I'm a little partial to them. Okay, we're still waiting for Sean and Mario.
That was perfect timing, by the way. When I walked in, my dinner was on a hot plate and someone was pouring me a glass of drink. Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
I get excellent service here.
I think I need to move in.
Yeah. And I remembered to turn on the porch light, so when we're done, I don't have to trip in the dark to get back into the house.
Good. Worked out all the way around.
It did.
Okay. I don't know where Mr. Landris is, but we should get. There we go.
Sorry.
It's all right. So we should start with the next item. Let us know when we're ready to go. Hopefully we were not on the air during that.
We are here when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready to go. So welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting. We'd like to move on to agenda item 9B. There's discussion and possible direction regarding the potential revisions to the 6th cycle housing element and a revised project description for additional environmental analysis for the 6th cycle housing element in response to comments received in a letter dated February 8, 2022 from the California Department of Housing and Community Development related to the overall strategy. Staff would like a presentation, please.
Okay. So tonight's item is kind of the first part of the Planning Commission's review of draft revisions to the housing element. And we focus tonight largely on, key factors that inform the project description for the additional environmental analysis that we informed you of at the last meeting. It kind of brought us here, as we've worked through HCD's comments. I'll talk through the process, kind of looking ahead in this month and into July this evening. And then again, tonight is reviewing largely the heights and FARs that inform the overall capacity. We will also be looking at language for revisions to the program 2E for city-owned sites. And then also just an update on discussions regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing in R1 zones. Those consultations with HCD are continuing. We don't sort of have a good feel for that yet, but it's sort of more of a open-ended discussion with the Planning Commission as to different options that we can consider depending on the outcome of these discussions. We will be returning to you on June the 15th with basically all of the red line revisions. These are really the key ones, tonight, again, because they affect the overall housing capacity and are really the underpinning of the entire suitable sites inventory, which is, kind of the core, of the housing element in terms of, demonstrating capacity. June 15th will be redline revisions to all of HCD's comments, is where we do hope to be. Like I said, we made better progress than expected, I think, in our most recent calls with HCD, which has kind of helped us get to this point. So, we feel like we should be able to get to that point with you on June the 15th to share redline revisions, that we would want the Planning Commission's review, and then, moving on to City Council, to have basically the endorsement to submit those red lines to HCD. Just a review of where we've been thus far. The housing element was adopted October 12th, 2021. And as you're aware, we jumped right into, housing element implementation without kind of, having full assurance, that we had a certified housing element, given the work, I think it was the city's position, that we believed we had prepared a compliant housing element. So we jumped straight into that zoning work. We got, pretty far. As you recall, on February the 2nd, we actually had in front of the commission redline revisions to the LUS, the DCP, the Bergamot Area Plan. We had zoning changes. It was really on track to move forward with formal recommendations to the City Council to make those zoning changes. But we had to put a pause on that work when we received the letter from HCD that the housing element was determined out of compliance, in order to return to focus really on that policy document. And HCD staff has, basically indicated, that we can't lose sight of the fact that we do need to make sure that first and foremost we have a compliant housing element. So that's where the bulk of staff's time has been focused in the past few months, is understanding the comments, having consultations with HCD, and really, making sure that we can complete that policy document process, in terms of getting a compliant housing element. And of course, the last time we were in front of the commission, it was May 11th, to provide you the progress update on where things were at, where we talked through some of the concepts that we had been discussing with HCD staff. So you can see here, this is the anticipated process going forward. Like I said, the focus really is on completing the housing element and getting that policy document, certified. So we're here tonight at the Planning Commission for these concept revisions to the housing element. Again, the focus is on, the height and FAR, which are the underpinnings, the suitable sites inventory and overall housing capacity, and the city-owned sites, and also in the R1. The reason we've highlighted those is obviously, they are the ones that have kind of the biggest factors, that lead into the overall capacity. We have a need to, put some arms around the project description, so that we can begin the work on the initial environmental analysis. On June the 15th, we'll return to you with the draft redline revisions for all responses to HCD's comments on the housing element. Many of the comments are quite technical in nature. They really get to the sort of analysis, reframing data, sort of clarifying things. So that's a lot of the extensive work that staff has been doing. So we'll be bringing that to you on June the 15th. And then a special meeting of the City Council on June the 21st to review, those redline revisions informed by the Planning Commission's discussions. And then we anticipate hopefully being able to submit those draft redline revisions to HCD for review. So, as we were talking about in the director's report, this was a process that was kind of newly explained to city staff was something that was possible. We had thought that we needed to go through a process and we were not able to submit to be able to get preliminary feedback on redlines. So, thus far, these consultations with HCD, we've managed to, they can't formally sign off on anything until we submit, something in writing. So that's why we're trying to move towards these draft redlines, which do not require the city to, complete the SQL analysis to be able to submit a draft. So, it's very much parallel to the draft housing element process that we undertook last spring, if you recall. And we're sort of repeating that at this point, is to prepare red lines and then submit those to HCD. And then basically, what our goal is in submitting those draft red line revisions is to get what's called a drafting compliance letter. from HCD. So they reviewed your draft red lines. They said, yes, this actually addresses, all aspects of housing element law. Thus far, some other cities in SCAG, like Long Beach and City of Los Angeles have, successfully undertaken that process, and so we're in that process with HCD now. And that's our aim, is to get to drafting compliance. And then what that allows us to do is it provides the city assurance that, we in fact have a compliant housing element, allows us to continue with our secret process and then come back in the fall. I'm sort of outlining our, ideal situation here is to come back in the fall for the Planning Commission to make its formal recommendation to the City Council, and then the City Council's formal adoption of a compliant housing element. So just kind of explaining, that whole process is what we hope will unfurl over, these next few months. So jumping into the crux of tonight's discussion is, like I said, the first topic we're jumping into is sort of the height and FAR, which is the reason we're talking about it with the Commission tonight is, we really need to get at, the overall housing capacity for the purposes of the EIR project description. So just, how that's, I'm going to walk you through kind of, just to walk down memory lane of how we got here in terms of the evolution of height and FAR in our, nearly 2 years of the housing element discussion. So, these heights and FARs were derived from, establishing an inclusionary requirement first and foremost. So there's an assumption that these are based on 15% affordable inclusionary requirement, and it accounts for minimum parking requirements and also ground floor flexibility. So, we've made adjustments as kind of the assumptions have changed over time, particularly with respect to parking and residential ground floor flexibility, which has, affected the FARs. The other key factor with height and FAR is affirmatively furthering fair housing, particularly where you choose to incentivize housing, where you have higher, is where you will have higher FARs. And in discussions with HCD, because Santa Monica is really, it's a high or highest resource community in the TCAC maps, where we're very much much more homogenous than most cities. When you look at some other cities in terms of those resource maps, there's very distinct low and moderate and high resource areas. That is not Santa Monica. Santa Monica is all higher, highest resource. And so it is a little bit more challenging for the city to just, simply use those resource maps. We're really, so what they look for really is sort of local data and knowledge and, demonstrating that, are you, what is your local data and knowledge saying, and are you demonstrating housing production across the city? I think is generally what we've heard thus far. And the height and FAR has also been informed by prior Planning Commission direction, kind of based on those principles of AFFH in the housing element to, look at, potentially more intensive housing potential sort of north of I-10, more on the northern side of the city, which maybe hasn't seen as many housing units as, some of the mid-city or, south of the freeway. So, and then the Planning Commission has also had discussions, previously about less intensive housing potential for Maine and Pico and Montana and Ocean Park. And, we will walk through some of the Commission's prior discussions on that. So you recall this map that we've seen several times. This is just used, just as a little visual reminder of, what our housing element policy says, in terms of that idea of distributing housing across the city, and adding housing as a permitted use where it is currently prohibited, where it just traditionally has never happened because it has been prohibited, and then in areas where it is permitted, where the current standards really just don't support housing at all, because it's very, very similar. It's equally competitive to commercial FAR. So you can see particularly areas like Main Street in Montana and Ocean Park, where it's quite unusual. We've not seen housing potential because it's not accommodated that in the past, and that's been decisions that have been made. We included this particular analysis here just to show the location of rent control units. Throughout this process, there's sort of big questions about, well, this, you can see this map kind of shows the suitable sites inventory, and it looks like large swaths of the city are just empty, and we wanted to clarify that it's not complete, it's not just nothing there. We have a substantial amount of multi-unit neighborhoods where the vast majority of our rent control units are located. So you can see 97.6% of all rent control units are in residential zones. They are our multi-unit neighborhoods are where housing preservation occurs. There's a reason why housing production is not encouraged in our multi-unit neighborhoods, because housing preservation is also part of AFFH in terms of anti-displacement measures to ensure that we protect existing tenants. In Santa Monica, of course, has a very, very long history of tenant protections and housing preservation to ensure that existing residents, are not displaced. Some of, and it's just a selection of some of the metrics that are, and some of the AFFH analysis that's included in the housing element. We map things like, low to moderate income population. So, where the highest percentages are, and you can see the legend here from, 0 to 25, all the way up to 55 plus in the darker red areas. And, mapping a poverty index as well. And you can see, this sort of mid-city area, is where it tends to be. Darker is where we have kind of the highest percentages, of existing low to moderate income households. And, all of that has informed what, staff brought to the Planning Commission in terms of an FAR and height recommendation. So, at the time, we had the FARs, that were the underpinning of the adopted housing element. And then, from the time it was adopted in October, there were adjustments that were made in the feasibility analysis because, we had evolved in part of the zoning work that occurred to have, we need more flexibility to allow residential on the ground floor. We should allow, housing projects to use the sort of, what we call the parking overlay 1 rates, which are, reduced minimum parking rates for housing projects. So all of those had an impact on, feasibility. So we had HRNA rerun those feasibility analyses. And I think what that allowed also is it had alignment with program language, that talked about a sort of range of FARs. We wanted to establish a low and a high range. And, that's how, staff ultimately came to the Planning Commission with a recommendation in February 2022 that was also informed, by AFFH in terms of, how FARs and heights are distributed across the city. You can see there in terms of overall unit capacity in February, we were looking at around 12,000 overall housing units, and you can see here, as we noted in our May 11th report to you as well, that we're looking somewhere, about 13,000 units now with the updated FARs. And this has been, necessary to respond to HCD's comments, in terms of the factors that affect that overall unit capacity. This is just visually showing, the fruits of that discussion from February the 2nd. So we kind of color-coded it to make it a little bit easier to absorb. So you'll see here the green boxes generally represent areas that the Planning Commission recommended increases from the staff recommendation for FARs and height, and then the red boxes recommend areas where the Commission in your discussion was, recommending decreasing from the staff height and FAR recommendation. So you can see here, on Montana, the Planning Commission recommended, an increase from like 2.25 FAR to 2.5, 50 to 55 feet. This was an area that was had a tremendous amount of discussion, sort of the mid-city Wilshire corridor, so to speak. The Planning Commission, in your discussion, generally seemed like, this should be where we should focus. Most of that housing potential, by removing, some of the potential from Maine and Pico and Ocean Park, and up in this area in the kind of like around the office, on the eastern end of Ocean Park Boulevard, excuse me. So that there was some trade-offs there because, as we discussed, there's a minimum amount of feasibility, right, that we cannot go below, and we always have to be mindful of overall unit capacity. So, this is just kind of visually representing the Planning Commission's discussion. So this is showing kind of like the citywide map. And then here, oops, excuse me, these are two maps. This is on the left here is the downtown, where there was discussions of a new tier 3 in the neighborhood village zone of a 4.0 and 84 feet, which would be basically the same as what is the transit adjacent zone. And then in the Bergamot area, there was discussion, in terms of the Bergamot Transit Village Zone and the MUC zone in this area of, substantially increasing the heights to 84 feet and, something around, I don't think we quite got to a point where we heard the commission, in terms of MUC, but certainly in the Bergamot Transit Village Zone, the commission discussed something in the range of 4.0 instead of the staff recommended 2.75. So, this is again, kind of just a background review, since I know it's been a while, just to kind of, give a refresher as to kind of the evolution of this entire discussion. And then in your staff report is sort of all of this in a table, and this kind of deciphers for you, where we're at. So you can see here, what we're calling like scenario 1 is really the, where we started with the adopted housing element and the heights and FARs by zone. Keep in mind that, when we talk about geographies in the city, they're not just one zone, they are multiple zones, along a boulevard. So we've had to kind of break it down a little bit. But you can see here, just using an example of the mixed-use boulevard low zone in north of I-10, we have 2.25, it's originated in October with the updated feasibility analyses, right, that accounted for reduced minimum parking requirements and flexibility for ground floor residential. The FAR kind of trended down. Then, in terms of looking at a staff recommendation in February that accounted for a low and a high range and AFFH, this area being sort of the northern parts of the city, where we've not seen housing as much, staff came back with a recommendation, that really this should be 2.25, so on the higher range, what we originally looked at. And then when the Planning Commission discussed that at your February 2nd meeting, the Planning Commission direction was to substantially increase that because, you recall, that sort of yellow area that was discussed by the Planning Commission at the time, that should be an area that should be strongly incentivized for housing. And then now coming back to the current recommendation, so this is as of today, the staff has looked at sort of the evolution of this whole discussion. And, this column here on the right represents our current recommendation, based on all factors, what's needed to actually achieve overall unit capacity. At the time when the Planning Commission was discussing this, I think, we didn't, the commission was simply having this discussion. We didn't have time to like real time do these calculations. So, this final column is a reflection, where do these FARs need to land, right? And then, taking into account AFFH, how do we sort of adjust them, here and there so that it's, housing potential is incentivized in more strongly in some areas, versus others. So the boxes here represent green, is representing kind of an increase, and this is in comparison to the first column. So it's not to scenario 3, but to the first column from where we started to where we're at now. And then the red box represents, areas where recommendation has decreased, from where we started. And you can see that in most cases, this falls within the range, where it doesn't, you can see here, like for MUBL, the difference you see between Pico versus north of I-10, the difference there being, where we heard the commission's direction with respect to, less intensity on Pico Boulevard, but, Pico west of Lincoln is sort of, more in like the Civic Center area, that's an area that could have more stronger incentives. So you see, that FAR is a little bit higher than it would be on Pico. So you just see, some of that reasoning there, taking into account the Planning Commission's prior direction. So this table is, the same as what you have in your reports. Certainly you can come back to reference it. You can see here, where it's mostly The decreases compared to where we started is areas where the commission had discussed, where you might not want housing to be incentivized as strongly as other areas. So this is primarily like the neighborhood commercial areas in the city, but in no case is it infeasible, which was an important principle that we need to follow here. And then, oh, no, it's like that one moved by mistake. But the in the Bergamot area plan, again, that adjustment up, this is hearing the commission's, desire to strongly incentivize housing in the Bergamot area where, the proximity to transit, and in this area you see the FAR recommendation is lining up with the Planning Commission's prior direction. And then in the downtown, this has largely stayed the same. I do want to clarify that this 2.75 here is the Tier 1 FAR. Remember, downtown is the one area where we are retaining the tier system for housing projects. That is not the case elsewhere in the city, where you'll see that tier system, go away in favor of just one FAR for housing projects. So that's the, evolution of heightened FAR, and, clarifying that final column is, the current recommendation as of tonight, taking into account all of those factors. This map here shows kind of, applying all of those FARs to the SSI, and these graduated dots represent basically the percentage increase from the number of existing housing units by census tract throughout the city. We did this for a number of the AFFH maps, but we kind of just selected a couple of highlights here. The one on the left is about a percentage of low to moderate income population, and the one on the right shows median income. And you see some of those larger dots in the areas where the Planning Commission had previously indicated that would be a good area to incentivize. So in the mid-city area, downtown remains kind of a strong producer or area where housing would be incentivized. The Bergamot area, and then this dot, although it is kind of Pico is in the census tract, it really represents really more of the IC zone, which is also within that census tract. And then we're also showing, in this census tract, this particular area, the Northeast, if you recall, this is a census tract that actually contains the city's only racially concentrated area of affluence. And that is an area where, we're looking at approximately about a 28% increase in housing units compared to what's existing. And so, some of these areas, and you see also here on the southern end in Sunset Park and Ocean Park, some of these medium-sized dots as well, showing, a comparison. We don't have existing data to be able to compare, units by income level, so this is just representing total housing units just based on SSI parcels as a visual to represent. This is actually something that HCD had asked us to do, so we'll have to show it to them. We haven't shown it to them yet, but this is just kind of stuff that we just completed in the last few days or so to be able to understand, how the distribution sort of, vetted out across, all of these maps, and local data knowledge that was done for the AFFH analysis. So that's the heightened FAR piece. I'll just keep going through, and then I think we'll go through the discussion together. In terms of the city-owned sites, that's the second factor that kind of affects the overall, unit count. Obviously, if a city-owned site, were to not be included on here, we'd have to make that up in other ways on private property. So these concepts here have been reviewed with the commission before. What HCD was looking for was a commitment to a minimum number of units that city-owned sites would accommodate, a commitment to issue a sort of, regular schedule of RFPs for city-owned sites, explaining the process that the city will pursue to develop the sites, identify any possible partners, and then list the tools that the city would use to facilitate affordable housing. Fortunately, Santa Monica is not brand new to this. We do have a history of putting up public land for 100% affordable housing. So we do have tools to do that sort of thing. And you can see here, I know this is hard to read, but again, this is in your staff report in red line. This is the red line program 2E that we have preliminary, received, I think, good feedback from HCD on. They liked seeing the, that you see the schedule of the RFP 2023, 2025, 2027, the reference, to a minimum of 1,884 units, which is the reference to figure F6 in Appendix F. We're showing that we would be seeking developer partners and, explaining the process of how a city-owned site, comes to fruition, and then the sorts of tools that would be used to facilitate affordable housing, including appropriate zoning and process, substantially reduced or free ground rent, leveraging the city's local housing trust fund to other sources of funding to facilitate affordable housing, and then, support those housing providers in seeking other funding sources, through whatever, grant program or funding program they may be applying for, and then a commitment to continuously assess city-owned properties for the development of affordable housing. So this is really a very strong policy decision that the City Council undertook in adopting the housing element and putting up, the city's own properties for affordable housing, because, we do have full control, over city-owned land, and what occurs on it, and the ability to put a dent in the affordable housing arena allocation. And then finally, coming to our third area of discussion, which is the R1 zones. The HCD comment letter, basically said that the additional ADU, is not an action that is sufficient to overcome those, patterns of, segregation and exclusivity in R1 zones. And I think the key piece, with respect to that comment that we've really been trying to drill down on is, the options for revisions are really going to be quite different depending on what the goal is, right? If the goal is, to increase deed restricted affordable units in the R1 zone, that really leads you down a very different path in terms of policy options versus, just an increase in unit production, just housing units in general in R1. And, what HCD has indicated that they would like to see is an annual target. So some metrics, I'm not necessarily annual target, but just a metric, that the city commits to, for new housing units in the R1, and then this idea of a mid-cycle check-in. So, at the 4-year mark that the city reviews that target, how did we do? So just as an example, the city commits to, 40 units, per year, for new housing units in R1 zones, right? And we would track that, right? And in 4 years, we would go back to see, well, how did we do? Why, and really assess, why, if that target was not met, why was it not met? And make adjustments as necessary to achieve that target. So, that is something that probably is more doable, in terms of things like ADUs and SB9 units. SB9 being a very, very brand new law, but we are certainly getting inquiries about it, and there's maybe a handful of homeowners, who, appear serious to be proceeding, with a potential SB9 project. But if the goal is, really deed restricted affordable units, as we know from the feasibility analyses that we've done in R1, if the expectation is for a project in the R1 zone to accommodate, an on-site affordable unit, in Santa Monica, you really need, a minimum of, 6, probably better as 7 units to be able to make it feasible to accommodate, that on-site affordable unit. And, additionally, the standards really need to be more like R2, so you're really talking about, some kind of rezoning probably, it is what has been discussed previously in this housing element process. And I think, as the commission is well aware, that was not something that was recommended by the Planning Commission or the City Council, to be included as part of the housing element. And the other concept that has been discussed is, sort of this idea of the citywide affordable housing overlay, which would provide the opportunity for affordable housing, to be allowed anywhere in the city, including R1 zones, whether it's feasible, or not. It sort of, provides the opportunity for affordable housing to occur in R1. And again, these are 2 concepts, that we're just listing here because they were previously discussed, and there's, not many things else, that we can be thinking of, if again, the goal is deed restricted affordable units. And I think, again, we've listed both here because these are ongoing consultations with HCD, and we are seeking that clarification, as to what it is, because as you can see, it is essentially almost two divergent paths, depending on what the expectation is to address the comment. So that brings me to the end of the presentation, and what we're looking for from the commission tonight is to review and discuss the staff recommendations for height and FAR. Really the crux of what we need to get at tonight is sort of some form, some direction around that height and FAR, so that we can sort of keep marching on, with the environmental analysis, that is going to be a bit of the schedule driver here, and so we're trying to really get in front of that. Any feedback on the red line for the city-owned sites, and of course, any thoughts you want to share with respect to the potential options to address AFFH in the R1 zones. With that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm certainly happy to come back to any slides that the commission would like to.
Yeah. Commission, I'm going to, since we're going to have a lot of discussion on this, I would say let's ask a couple of simple questions now. Let's hear from community, and then we'll dive into our deep discussion, would be my suggestion. And with that said, Commissioner Lambert, I saw your hand up first, and then Fresco.
Thank you. I will keep. I have a bunch of questions, but I won't ask them. One question I do have, as you probably know, Tier 3 in Bergamot requires a development agreement. Are we anticipating that is going to go away?
Yeah, I mean, the proposal is to remove tiers in Bergamot for housing projects. It would be there for commercial projects, but for housing projects, just like the rest of the city, there would be no more tiers.
Okay, great. Because the Tier 3 in Bergamot is now 2.2, but we're going to increase it to 2.5. Will there also
be the staff recommendation is actually 4.
Well, the MUC south of Nebraska is 2.5.
Oh, you're right. Yes. Sorry, I thought you said BTV. So.
No. So would we have a commensurate height increase since the FAR is going up?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't include the height just not space on the tables, but there is a corresponding height to these FARs.
That's
yes.
Cool. Thank you. And then the Affordable Housing Overlay District. Do you acknowledge that basically the whole city, with the exception of R1, already is an overlay district because of AB 1763?
Yeah, I mean, as AB 1763's provisions apply to all affordable housing projects. So in terms of the 4 incentives and concessions, that applies to all affordable housing, 100% affordable housing projects for lower income. However, it's the extra 33 feet or 3 stories only applies to projects within a half mile of a major transit stop. That is not, so that's not the whole city. That is actually the whole city except for basically north of Montana and I think a little part of Sunset Park. Yeah.
So have you looked at the Cambridge ordinance, because that doesn't have it's very contextual, and they would not propose 33 feet in an R1 district.
Right. No, yes, I have looked at that ordinance, and you're right. I mean, they went through a multi-year process. It was certainly quite contextual, and it's, a different context. I think that, we're only talking about it because it was something that, we're just trying to understand HCD's goal in this, and it doesn't mean that we're not recommending that the AHOD, at this point. I think it's just something of, thinking through ideas, if the deed restricted affordable units, are the target, what is the way to get at that, and, how would you even establish a metric, I think is been a bit puzzling to us.
And then my final question is, if we increase the FAR and the height in some areas tonight, or we recommended that, would that screw up the EIR, or is that what you're asking us to do, basically?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't, because that's what we're asking for, because we know that, as you recall, on May 11th, when we talked about the factors that, how did we get to, from the 11,000 that we studied in the original housing element, to 13,000, that we're at now, it's because, we had to account for the commercial potential. All of these sites, right, because we do not prohibit commercial development, so there was a 15% across the board reduction, so that had to be made up, in heights and FARs. And then also the other factor was we've had a slew of housing projects actually submitted, which is good, since the beginning of the year. We've had like 13 applications come in, so those have all come off our theoretical SSI and moved into the pending column. So that capacity also had to be made up as well. So all of that is what that analysis has led to the FAR recommendations you see before you tonight. If the commission would like to recommend something higher, lower, whatever it is, we will take that under advisement, run it through a model again, and make sure that we're not below, we're still meeting our RENA with a good buffer. So that's certainly something that can be discussed.
So I promise this is my final question. It's short. If issuance of the RFPs, for example, are metrics for the state to look at, we issue, for example, an RFP for the Main Street parking lots and no one responds, what happens to us?
Hard for me to say. I mean, the commitment is to issue the RFP. I think that if we don't get a response, we probably have to look at the objectives that are trying to be achieved and, probably try again. I mean, that's sort of, part of the process in terms of public land. I'm sort of like speculating for, but that's going to be part of any public process in putting public land up, is that we would have to make sure that, when we go forward to council with this program, there needs to be understanding and agreement, right, that if the program says that, the city-owned sites are for affordable housing, or other things, right, that its purpose is affordable housing, and sort of the only way it sort of happens, it does need to be somewhat focused and simple, I guess, on those.
Isn't it true that we have no wiggle room if it's not financially feasible to do 100% affordable?
We've sort of talked about it with HCD that, if the city puts it forward, what is, and there's not the money to make it happen, what does that mean? And it's really, I think that the response we got back, at least preliminarily, was, the city can only control what it can control, which is offering up the land and, leveraging, public funds, for that. And, I think, they're basically saying that we would only be judged by the factors that the city has in its control.
Mixed income and mixed use would not be on the table.
That's not, I think that's something that would need to be discussed as a policy decision, of the city council.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fresca.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. So in the table you showed us, and that's also in the staff report, on page 9, you give a buffer percentage. So basically what you're comparing are, of these 4 scenarios, the amount of increase in units we would get from the same SSI. Is that correct? So in order to increase capacity, you're, instead of trying to figure out more sites or come up with a new methodology for SSI, you're increasing capacity. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah. So
I noticed in some places, particularly on boulevards where we don't already have deed restricted affordable housing, that the staff recommendation, which achieves the buffer, the needed buffer, is less than what the Planning Commission recommended last time. So you guys get an increase of 43%, but our suggestions, which basically increased the boulevards more than you did, was a 52% buffer. So are you reserving that capacity for later when we do our 4-year check-in, or why didn't you accept that? Is it just because we didn't need it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think we are balancing the Planning Commission's direction, but also with affirmatively furthering fair housing, as well, so as to, where it's balanced out, right? That's, that was, I think, the biggest factor that affected the adjustments.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. That's that later. So on city-owned sites, I looked up the actual site identification numbers for the tax assessor because I'm curious about things like that. And I noted that the site area includes the alley behind the historic buildings on Main Street for the Nielsen Way parcels. And that doesn't actually appear to me to be a developable area. And by reducing that, we end up with very narrow strips if we don't develop the area, which could lead to constraints for replacing parking and providing parking for the new development. So should we be, if it turns out that that's on further, if you have not looked into that, or if you already have and you don't agree or whatever, but wouldn't it maybe be better for us to plan on a more conservative number for those sites to make sure that we don't run into a built-in non-compliance issue later, so that we're protected and covered and planning appropriately?
So we didn't rely on the assessor data. I don't believe we checked with economic development staff who actually manage city property, for sizes and the like. So I don't know what information you
what
looked
numbers you had
at that, or
to the developer, to the assessor's numbers.
So the land area that we used for the site inventory is not pulled from assessors, it's pulled from GIS. So their actual parcel sizes, it does not include the alley.
Well, I did the math. Well, okay, whatever. But because that is a concern, and we'd have to look at it more. I'll look at it again, but that wasn't the math I did. Wouldn't it be better to be more conservative with what we can get out of those sites, is the main question. And can we show where we would make up gaps if we can't meet those on the city-owned sites? I'm just really concerned that we're putting a lot of apples in the city-owned sites basket and we might not get there. What if nobody responds? What if the area isn't as buildable as we thought? What if there are more constraints? I mean, it's just a lot of pressure on those sites.
I mean, this is, it's already a pretty conservative estimate. We used 100 and, I'm trying to remember, was it 120 or 150 units per acre? It's not an extremely high amount by any means, and that was based on, just what we've seen in terms of average size development. So, I don't think it wasn't just a straight like, okay, what's the FAR and just, divide it by some random number. It was actually looking at actual, affordable housing developments that have occurred, what's the density, that they were able to achieve, and then applying them uniformly to all the city-owned sites. So I think that was, in terms of, what would be practically possible, was sort of factored into the assumptions. It's not part of this exercise to be designing each individual site, at this moment. But, in terms of, why that number was derived, it was already kind of looked at in terms of other existing projects.
Okay. Not quite what I asked, but close. And then in terms of R1, so it sounds like you're not sure yet if HCD wants more units in R1 or specifically affordable units. Is that right?
Right. That's right. Yeah. We think that, yeah, I think we just haven't gotten that clear response yet, so that's part of the discussions that are upcoming.
But either way, they said that relying on SB9 isn't sufficient. So, right?
They said that relying on just that one program we have in the adopted element for just an additional ADU was not sufficient, they believe. So we did review some draft language with respect to SB9, because we got, we had a study session with both the Planning Commission and City Council and got, some general direction about that, so we will be sharing that with you in a couple of weeks. They are definitely looking for metrics of some kind in the R1 zone, and they've referred us to like Long Beach's housing element, and Long Beach is very different. The context is very different, so we're not literally looking just at the language, but it's like, okay, what is, sort of like zooming out 10,000 feet, like what is it that you're, generally looking for? So it's just, the idea of a mid-cycle check-in and a number that, we can live with that is supported, by past trends and data. That's sort of been, a theme through all of this, is that, they want to see kind of, any assumptions or, any numbers that are used, that there is a kind of like factual basis, for it. So I think just as an example, you would look at like ADU production, right, for the last 4 years, how much has it been on average? And, we know it's been popular, but, we do have numbers on that, and that could be the source of a metric, for example, but of course, that would be for, just units, right, additional units. We would not think of deed restricting an ADU, right? No homeowner would do, it's just not feasible, to do that in Santa Monica without, some other form of financial assistance, of some kind. And that's not, from a policy perspective, that's not what the city council has directed. They really want to incentivize ADUs for all homeowners, so we've put very little arms, around kind of requirements for ADUs.
So, just so I may understand, so basically when they say they want us to affirmatively further fair housing, they really want more units in R1 or more units in the highest resource zones that we have in our city, which are the highest resource zones. And they don't really care about affirmatively furthering fair housing in the light of removing economically or traditionally economically or socially exclusionary practices that might remove, social justice, offensive kinds of approaches to zoning from our laws that might not necessarily result in more zoning, but wouldn't protect privilege as much. They don't care about that. They just want units, right?
I don't have a direct answer to that, because I think, like I said, we're in those discussions and we are trying to understand what it is, is
that
it
would
units?
be helpful to know.
Yeah, there are sort of like 4 aspects to AFFH that they do speak about, continuously, and one thing we hear is about, more promoting more units or, more housing choices in high opportunity areas. The other factor is, kind of displacement, reducing displacement risk. They talk about place-based strategies, so that's more so like community revitalization things, that are probably, less of a thing in Santa Monica. So those are kind of aspects of AFFH, right? They kind of, these are sort of the major factors that you see in the guidebook. So it certainly isn't, I don't think it's only about the units, but it's also like where are those units located, and are you promoting, more diversity and range of housing choices, I think is maybe a helpful way to think about it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry I have such elusive questions.
No, it's,
If we knew the answers to this riddle would be a lot easier to solve.
Right.
Commissioner Fonda-Minardi.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Jing and your staff, for really giving us good choices and for good follow through on what we talked about to create all the buffers that we need and to make the numbers. I think it was a heroic effort and very valuable to see the trade-offs and how we're doing it. But I do have some general questions. One is, in your assumption that we're going to be doing 15% inclusionary, these numbers, is this the real 15%, or is this the 15% that gets doctored down to 10% by the density bonus? What's the operant word here? How does it work?
Yeah, so under state, so you're talking about state density bonus law, like applied, on top if someone had an on-site inclusionary unit. So it's the 15% on the base number of units. So we are not allowed under state density bonus law to apply 15% to the overall number, including the bonus. It only applies to what's called the base number of units. Yeah.
So, but in your numbers, to get the units that you're totaling, you're only using the base number of units. You're not using the possible density bonus.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Like under the rules of creating the SSI, the city cannot assume a density bonus. That would obviously be pure speculation because that's up to an applicant to choose how much bonus, they would want to seek.
Okay. So then the other question I had was, when you're saying reduce parking, when we're reducing parking, what is the minimum level now, or do we have no parking requirements anymore? Where do we stand?
No. There would still be minimum parking requirements. What the Planning Commission had discussed was applying parking overlay 1 rates. So that's the areas that are in the closest proximity to transit. And so there are still minimum parking requirements, but they are reduced from sort of like citywide rates. And I can, if you want sort of me to give a concrete example, I'm happy to do that.
That would be good to see that.
Sure. So just as an example, using a multiple unit dwelling. So for a 1-bedroom, that's in the kind of citywide rate. So outside of the transit areas, it's 1.5 spaces for a 1-bedroom unit. Under parking overlay 1, it would be 1 space per unit.
Okay. And then about 1/6 of our city is governed by the Coastal Commission. How do our parking requirements with those reductions square with their parking requirements?
We are at a point right now where the city's governing land use, coastal land use plan is the 1992 one. So we were in the process of updating our LUP, and we do need to return to that process at the conclusion of this. We've talked about it with Coastal Commission staff. So in terms of what the parking requirements would be, any project in the coastal zone would still be required to go and obtain a CDP from the Coastal Commission. I can't speak to what their parking requirements are. They're not really published anywhere really. So that's just part of the CDP review process. I think it's been our experience that largely as projects have that have been in the coastal zone that have sought those CDPs, they were required to have parking on site in them of some kind. So I'm thinking, even within the downtown where there's no minimum parking requirement, we do advise applicants that, if you're in the coastal zone, expect that there will be probably a requirement for parking, So in that case, our zoning ordinance reconciles that by where there's parking maximums. It allows projects to still build that parking if another agency requires it. So in that case, the coastal zone. So that's kind of how those requirements are reconciled.
Okay. Now, you made a statement that I didn't understand. You said we've had a number of new projects come in, and therefore we have to add to the buffer or something. It was unclear why the arrival of new projects would make us have to increase the numbers, or it hurts our buffer or something. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So just as an example, like, if there's a site on the SSI, in October, this was before an application was received. So that's a site that has what I'll call a theoretical capacity, right? So let's say, we have that site in the SSI based on the calculations, a capacity of 100 units, and we assumed that 50% of those units were affordable and 50% were market rate, because that's what you're allowed to do, in sort of creating, getting to demonstrate capacity for the RENA. Now, a project is then submitted in, January for 80 units, and 8 inclusionary units, in the building. So you can see, because there's a loss of, a theoretical loss of 50 units, 8 units, those 42 affordable units have to be made up in other sites, right? So number one, we have fewer sites to retain that sort of overall capacity. So, it affected the FAR, that was needed to make it up, because the theoretical capacity of those inclusionary units has to be made up elsewhere through either an inclusionary approach, or including them as, more affordable units in other sites. So there's not, I couldn't show you sort of like black and white, how that happened, because it's sort of done on a massive scale.
Sure.
But that's sort of the concept, because you've lost that theoretical capacity when a real project comes in. And that's the idea of a buffer. That's why
I understand
they
that.
devise the buffer. Yeah.
But what you're saying is that the projects that are coming in, which are probably representative of what will come in the future, have been so far short on the affordable part from what we had hoped, versus what's really showing up on our doorstep. It's the affordable portion that's the shortfall.
Yeah, I mean, and keep in mind our AHPP is minimum 10% right now, right? So it's different than I think what we would like to get it to, with anticipated zoning changes.
Okay. Now you mentioned new projects have rolled in. What's happening with our ADUs? Are we going faster than we were going a year or 2 or 3 ago, or are we slowing down our production rate?
I actually have numbers. No, it's gone. It's very high. It's been on a very high upward trajectory. So, in 2018, we permitted 23 ADUs. 2019, we permitted 60 ADUs. These are actually issuance of building permits. 2020, we permitted 41. And in 2021, we permitted 102.
Okay. Well, that's great news. And then the last question I had is, I thought we had pulled out the high density strip along the freeway, on the north side of the freeway. But I did not see that in the increased density in that area, in that industrial so-called area that traditionally did not have housing. So we're putting housing back in there. Is that what we're proposing?
Are you talking about the industrial conservation zone?
Yeah, I'm talking about the area that's between Colorado and the freeway, along most of it. I thought we had sort of reduced the 500-foot strip from the freeway, that we would not do the increase of the housing. We would do all that outside the strip. So did we drop that?
I will check our notes, but based on what we had noted down, I think there was a lot of discussion about that. So certainly, if we have differing memories, I wouldn't blame anybody about it. But I think where the commission ultimately landed was not changing that area. So that's what we that's what you see in the table, is that I see the industrial conservation, that particular strip is still has a recommendation for FAR. You may be also thinking about the interim zoning ordinance.
Well, yeah, it started,
right.
but yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that had, yeah, which is no longer in effect, actually. That was the 500-foot.
We're trying to bake those protections into the cake, and we would discourage housing so close to the freeway because of all the health hazards.
So that IZO was only in effect while the housing element preparation was underway. It was meant to sort of, you know, for lack of a better word, like freeze frame parcels for a moment in time, you know, so we could do the planning.
Sure.
But for the purposes of policy making on a housing element, you know, I don't think like the 500-foot, like a prohibition, 500 feet from the freeway, you know, that's not a policy that is in the housing element.
Okay, that was my last question.
Commissioner Landers.
Thank you. I have so many questions, but I'm going to try to limit them. Could you, so you made a comment about the memo that Commissioner Fresco, Commissioner Lambert, and I submitted, that a lot of what we were talking about had to do with, I understand that. So I understand that some of what we were talking about would need to wait. However, constraints on housing, some of which we did identify in that memo, do have to be part of the housing element. Do you feel, based on your conversations with HCD, that our current draft housing element sufficiently addresses housing constraints?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The second thing is, I'm curious when it comes to the affirmatively furthering fair housing conversation. And I'll come back to this in discussion, but I just want to understand sort of how we landed where we landed. When we first ran through the exercise of writing the housing element, and I will admit that I think to a very strong degree this is an exercise. I have my skepticism about what will actually happen, given the economy, given the cost of land, given lots of things. Both the Planning Commission and the Council were reticent to move forward with staff's recommendation to upzone 7th, 14th, and 26th to R2. We gave clear direction that we didn't want to do that, and I think you heard from Council, the Council didn't want to do that. I was surprised not to see any other alternatives even floated conceptually in the staff report, so I'm wondering whether you have explored alternatives to that approach. If so, can you share them with us, or whether you are open to additional, essentially study questions, because I'll acknowledge that I'm a little frustrated that, both the Planning Commission and the Council said, no, we don't want to do that. Strikes me that we needed to have some other options to consider tonight.
I mean, I have to be honest. We can't think of much else. I mean, and this is. I mean, and I'm not even trying to be facetious or anything. I mean, we really have looked at what other cities are doing, trying to look at different ideas. And again, it does come back to the goal of trying to understand what is the target, what is it that HCD is aiming for? We really are trying to seek that clarity, because it truly does inform the options. Again, like we said, we thought we had heard, if there's an interest in deed restricted units, right, establishing a target for deed restricted units in the R1, there's only so many ways to get there. You either do it, if it's through,
right.
We don't have endless amounts of funding, right? So it
right.
would mean having to have enough units to support an affordable unit through, a private applicant doing that, which means upzoning in some way. And there is some multi-unit housing north of Montana. There is, so
that's right.
that may be
Yeah.
somewhere you look at. That was an idea we sort of like, well, do we look there? Do we, the other way that, you get sort of deed restricted units is, you dedicate funding to it, right? You provide some form of financial assistance to incentivize homeowners, through some grant making. And that's what City of LA tried to do with the LA Mass program, right? And ADUs and offering assistance. And that, I can only see sort of like from the outside, was that as successful as they hoped it would be? Not so much. So I think we're open to it, but.
No, I'm genuine. I'm not trying to. This is not a gotcha question. I'm trying to understand where HCD is coming from. The entire city is high resource or more. North of Montana is highest resource, right? So even Pico is considered high resource, and we're doing everything we can to prevent displacement from there. And I'm trying to understand what HCD is really looking for, because, as I've said before, I think to achieve, I mean, from where I sit, and I would love to just understand where staff is coming from, the thing we have to address in the city are the areas of racially concentrated wealth, right? If we were going to take a scalpel to the question of affirmatively furthering fair housing, we're going to protect, part of our strategy is to protect the housing that exists, and then part of our strategy is to essentially burst the bubble of those racially concentrated enclaves. Then part of the conversation we're having is not about below market rate housing. Part of the conversation we're having is about acknowledging 75, 85, 90 years of redlining that has prevented and hindered the emergence of a black and brown middle class, and making sure that people who have fought their way despite, barriers being thrown at them every step of the way, right? Racial barriers, that emerging middle class of non-white homeowners and home renters can get access to a neighborhood, even if that neighborhood is, we're not talking about below market rate housing. We're simply talking about racially diverse housing at a variety of income levels. So that would be how I would look at it, but I'm imagining that you're going to tell me that HCD doesn't even think about it that way, and that what's only going through their head is there a below market rate unit at the corner of 14th and Margarita in one, or King Gillette Square? And I cannot wrap my head around how we would ever accomplish that in the actual real world in which we live.
I understand.
Honestly.
And I share your frustration. I mean, this is, and I acknowledge that. I mean, this has been, a lot of this process with HCD has also been trying to see if there is room to look at this a different way. And, not this hyper focus only on R1. I think I'm understanding what you're asking now. So and so yes, that it's not, the discussions have not just been about just R1, but, is Santa Monica getting credit for 40 years of tenant protections and doing, more than many, many cities in terms of housing preservation and all the actions, that we take to try and, retain residents in the city, increase diversity, so all of those things I think are, I don't have an answer yet as to whether, that would be acceptable, but those things have absolutely been raised in our conversations with them. We have asked them to take a look at what is in the housing element, because there is a lot of information in there about what the city has done and what the city, this is not just saying like we've done in the past and we're done. We're saying we're going to continue to keep doing that good work going forward, and we should get credit for that, because I think what has been somewhat frustrating in this process is seeing other cities do what we've been doing for decades and getting certified for it. So I think that just because it's not a brand new program, doesn't make it not worthy, of acknowledgement or getting credit for that. So I think, because Santa Monica has been ahead of the curve in some of those other areas in terms of anti-displacement and, tenant protections and housing preservation, more so than other cities. Some cities don't even have an inclusionary ordinance, right? And they're including that as a program, and that's what I mean. I was like, we are literally running out of things to do.
Exactly.
When it comes to fair housing, because Santa Monica has been doing it, for so long. And, in these initial reviews, I think it wasn't clear to us that that was being acknowledged, or that the city was getting credit for that in terms of this, new AFFH requirement.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is, how are you all feeling about, and what is HCD saying about all of these moving targets, right? When we did the housing element last year, it was in a pre-SB9 world, it was in a pre-SB10 world. I appreciate that in the staff report, you actually have engaged with HCD about what those new laws mean for our housing element. But just last week, the Assembly passed a measure that would essentially eliminate all parking requirements within a half mile of transit, full stop. No, they're gone. And now I'm not, it's got to get past the Senate and get to the governor's desk and all of that. But if a bill like that, whether we like it or not, right? If a bill like that gets to the governor's desk and it gets signed, it instantaneously transforms the calculus for building housing in a city like Santa Monica, because so much of our city is within a half mile of transit. And suddenly things become feasible that weren't feasible 5 minutes ago. We talked about this before with things like inflation and construction costs and things, all those moving targets that we can, that we can't control. But it strikes me that when the state is in the process of policy making on an ongoing basis, that, it's got to give us some wiggle room, particularly when pending legislation that's likely to pass is going to have a direct impact on, it wouldn't have an impact on a rural city, but, a bill like that is going to immediately transform feasibility across our city.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is that now?
That's fair. I don't disagree with you. This is policy making happening, in Sacramento, right? It's up there. They don't really consult with us, we do continuously monitor bills, and we offer a position on them, where appropriate. But we're certainly aware of the legislation, and it's a continuous effort to stay on top of all of it and, ensure that we're compliant. And, we definitely, work through our delegation and through our lobbyists, to always try and, where we see a bill that would negatively affect Santa Monica's interests, we communicate that, to get in front of the bill author, or, again, like working through, our legislative channels to try and, respond to legislation coming down the pike. But, those are things that are somewhat out of our hands. We're just trying to get a housing element done. I think at every moment that we can, we certainly do communicate when we have an audience that, give us a moment to do the work, before, we change another thing, that we haven't even had a chance to implement yet. So.
Thanks. Sorry for the vent, but,
I understand the frustration, and what you're saying is this is, every city in California feels
right.
Everyone's just trying to be done, and
yeah. So, I hope that you'll be open when we get to discussion to some suggestions for alternative, and share, if we can keep the kind of conversation with staff going through our discussion, because I think it would be helpful if we raise things to have staff be able to say, hey, no, we thought of that and here's why it doesn't work, so that we can actually get to some focused recommendations, because I might have an idea and Jing might have thought of it a month ago and have 5 reasons why it's the worst idea ever. So I hope we can keep that discussion going when we get to comments.
Jim, I think you might be muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's move on. Do we have any other commission questions right now? Okay, seeing none, let's open up the phone lines and hear from the community. back to our discussion. And yes, Sean, we'll keep staff engaged.
We do have a caller in the queue right now.
Great.
Good evening. Your mic has been unmuted and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment. Could you please first state your name?
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. This is Dave Rand, land use attorney, calling in tonight representing a number of Santa Monica property owners and hopeful housing providers. Want to applaud this new direction that seems to be gelling, concentrating more density near transit, where I know there are developers looking to build housing downtown, the Bergamot, and in the mid-city major corridors, particularly Wilshire and Santa Monica. I did want to make a comment about the maps that were included in the staff report that I guess came from the Commission's direction on February 2nd. With respect to the Bergamot area plan and the mixed-use creative, there seems to be a bit of spot zoning going on, and there's a large swath of land in the MUC bounded by Nebraska, Olympic, Stanford, and Centinela that is rich with potential for housing production. I know that there are multiple very large sites there owned by property owners interested in doing housing, and if you upzoned that area consistent with the other areas of the MUC that you're proposing to go to 4.0 and 84 feet, you could achieve probably between 1,500 and 2,000 housing units just in that multi-block area alone. And I think that the reason you didn't do it is there's concern about some of the artist enclaves in that area being displaced as a result of new development potential. So what I would suggest to you is, rather than losing the new market rate and affordable housing that could be achieved, why don't you consider imposing a requirement that the ground floor in that area needs to include artist uses, whether it's artist commercial uses or artist live work loft type uses, to bring the artist community back and create a new ground floor artist community in that area while still achieving significant housing production. Also want to point out that I think there's some missed opportunities on the boulevards. Commission, I think, wisely recommended to go to 3.25 FAR on Wilshire and the general commercial area of Santa Monica Boulevard. In my experience and dealing with potential interested housing providers, those are the two major corridors where there's the most action and activity. So if the commission's at 3.25, which I think is ideal, staff seems wedded to 2.75, I'd encourage you to meet in the middle there and recommend 3.0 to City Council. I think those two streets alone could get you a lot of additional units, and you couple that with what you're doing in the Bergamot and increasing the neighborhood village area of the downtown consistent with the TA, and all of a sudden I think you're really achieving something and creating opportunities to capture that zone capacity in the areas where the housing can actually be built. So I think this is really good direction. I would encourage you to take those extra steps and make those what I believe to be important concrete recommendations to the council going forward. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Let's move on. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Good evening, caller. Your mic has been unmuted and you're in the meeting. If you will have 3 minutes to state your comment, if you could please give us your first and last name.
Hello, this is Ken Kutcher.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ken Kutcher, and I wanted to follow up on the correspondence I submitted earlier, but in particular, I would like to urge the Commission to revisit, much as Mr. Rand indicated, the memo that Commissioners Fresco, Lambert, and Landris did of March 2 and the FARs that were specified in there. And I thought at the time when the Commission discussed that memo preliminarily that there was sounded like broad consensus around the FARs and heights that were discussed in there. In particular, I'm thinking of Wilshire Boulevard with the MUB, Santa Monica Boulevard, but also Broadway in Colorado, all 4 of those streets, the commission was, I think, coalescing around the 3.25 and 70 feet. And as is reflected in that scenario 3 column, I think the commission should urge revisiting those FARs because they seem appropriate and they are the right place to be trying to encourage new housing to happen. It will actually potentially happen on those boulevards, and that would make a lot of sense to me. The other place that I wanted to draw the commission's attention to was the NV district, Neighborhood Village District, which I don't see scenario 3 calling out a difference for the commission, and the Fresco-Lambert-Landrus memo talked about 3.25 FAR and 70 feet in that NV district, with potentially, as Ms. Yo mentioned, potentially 4.0 and 84 feet. And I think that would be another significant, important change to make that could produce housing that's not going to impact your residential districts. And that makes a lot of sense to be taking a look at for appropriate zoning there. So, I just encourage that those differences be discussed at length by the commission, and hopefully that commissioners re-advocate for those heights and FARs, because I think those are going to make a big difference. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you for your comments. I'm not seeing any questions at this point.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
At this moment, there are no more callers.
Okay. Commissioners, it's back to us for more questions and discussion. So do we have any more qualifying questions or clarifying questions? Commissioner Lambert?
I don't have a question, but I have a couple things I wanted to discuss.
Okay, let's jump into it.
Okay, first, I agree with fellow commissioners and Mr. Kushner that we should go back to the scenario 3 for the MUB, MUBL, and the NV, the neighborhood, was it neighborhood village? The FARs and the heights that were recommended by the Planning Commission, I think should be stuck to. I see no reason to lower them unless someone can provide a good one for me. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I actually got out of my car today and walked. And I was in Bergamot Station. And I walked around the area of Nebraska South, which is, it's an area that we wanted to protect, so we didn't go the full bore 84 feet and 4.0 because it's an area that we thought should be protected. So I walked between Stanford and Centinela on the south side of Nebraska. And what I found was, between Stanford and Berkeley, was a really cool artist community. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but it's substantial. There probably, I would have guessed 18 or 20 artist studios south of the SciArc site, between Stanford and Berkeley. And per what Mr. Rand was saying, I think that we should consider, and I'm not proposing this tonight, I think we should consider for further study an upzoning of that block and the area all the way to the, I know, Nina, all the way to the east. Well, we disagree, okay? But I think it needs to be discussed. It needs to be on the table. Mm-hmm. That between Stanford and Berkeley on the south side of Nebraska, which is where the SciArc project is, be considered to go to 80 feet and 84 feet at 4.0 FAR if the developer is willing to provide the first floor of any new building totally for artist space, either studios or live work. And that those artists who are on site now get first right of return if they choose to do so. And I think also, and I'm not sure that any of us have done this, but some people should actually, we should talk to those artists to see what their preference would be. I mean, if they would prefer being in a new building at the same rents, etc., would that be okay with them? I don't think that anybody's talked to them. That said, Nina, I see. That said, the area between Berkeley and Centinela on the south side of Nebraska, I think, should definitely go to 84 feet and 4.0, because there really is not, the artist community does not extend east of Berkeley. So between Berkeley and Centinela on the south side of Nebraska is clearly, as is the case with the rest of the MUC, appropriate, I think, for 84 feet and 4.0. So I had, those are my two major things. I know we're going to talk about R1 and what we're going to do about that, if anything. But those are my two major issues. I want to see the FAR and the height restored in scenario 3, and also the Bergamot. And I'm not saying that we should go on that block to 84 feet and 4.0, but we should not talk about it.
May I just give the other side of that, please?
Please.
I agree with Commissioner Lambert that the heights and FARs that went with them that we recommended in our memo should definitely, at the very least, be studied in the EIR so that we can have a community discussion about going there and so forth. And for that, I'm all 100%. And I'm very, very happy that after our last hearing, when I started jumping up and down, hey, there's an arts community and nobody knows it's there, at the last thing that Commissioner Lambert actually went and saw it for herself this time. So that was very exciting. But what I had proposed last time is that what is considered currently what we call the Arts Conservation District or something like that, is now actually arts-related industry. It's film industry, it's sound recording stages, it's, big business related to the arts, which is not really what we meant by arts conservation. It's really cool, but so that was the area that we did upzone in Bergamot, and my pitch was that we don't do anything with this other arts district yet. We need, just as when we adopted the first version of this housing element and we didn't want to put the FARs and all that in because we really needed time to think about it. We knew that just raising everything across the board to the minimum according to the study wasn't the right thing, that there had to be a balance based on capacity and all kinds of other things. And we came up with a recommendation that I personally am still really comfortable with, and I'm really glad of this commission's work at our last discussion of this. But for this area that is an arts district between Berkeley and Stanford, there's a lot of art studios, and then from Stanford to Stewart, there's a lot of historic resources. And I think we have a lot of capacity where we can build up. And this is an area we don't have to do it. We can build the potential of our SSI in other ways, and we can just sit on this for a while. And
what about east of Berkeley, Nina?
East of Berkeley is a different thing, because there's a big industrial thing there. It's on the edge of the city limit. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't upzone that, especially if we're hearing somebody wants to do something there. So I don't have a problem with that, but the arts area and the area with historic resources, which extends from Franklin to Stewart between Olympic and Nebraska, I would just leave as is and just not touch it for now.
Can I respond, Jim?
Yes.
Quick. Thank you. Number one, there's nothing in that area on the HRI, but you know that. One of the issues to think about is that we are upzoning MUC in the area we're talking about to a 2.5 FAR and a much higher height than is there now. A developer could come in and use that and use a density bonus and actually get above 84 feet and have to do nothing for those artists. Nothing. So the other option would be to upzone it and require artist accommodation.
Well, I think that the reason we chose to upzone places more than what feasibility says is feasible is because they could do that now, but nobody is doing it. and they're looking for the places where we give them more, and it increases their bottom line. And the whole idea is we lure them to the places where we're really comfortable with the new development.
But we are upzoning that area already.
Okay, I think now we're going back and forth, and we can leave this on the table.
So, commissioners, there's been a discussion about doing further upzoning in this area for kind of three different potential locations. And I think the last one that we're talking about is east of Franklin. Is it east of Franklin and west of Centinela and south of Nebraska is a large?
East of Berkeley to Centinela.
Well, but then I heard Nina talk about Franklin having some.
Berkeley to Franklin is the arts. If you start on the west,
It's
Berkeley to Stanford is the arts.
Yes, the new roads is
I'm
between
getting on that.
Berkeley and Franklin.
Even at
Well,
Stanford.
I'm going to tell you, I mean, from where I sit, I think putting density near transit makes tons of sense. And this is kind of in the heart between two transit stops.
Right.
So I am supportive of trying to find some happy medium in this area. And it certainly seems like that large, at a minimum, that large piece of property between Franklin and Centinela is ripe for an upzone, is ripe for some housing development.
Jim, it's Berkeley. It's Berkeley.
Yeah, I mean, I could go a little further to the Berkeley is where I see the New Road School. It's a brand new school. I don't think anybody's going to take that out.
But there's land next to it.
Okay. So I could be persuaded, but I'd like to hear. And then I want to make sure I understand. Nina, you are most specific. Like there's a place called Bluey Cafe, and I think the artist community's behind that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that place, it does have a lot of story. It's just, I feel like, yes, building housing and adding density near transit makes a lot of sense. But our job is not to, because we're talking about housing today, to forget about arts and landmarks and all kinds of other things.
We don't have.
Well,
right, I know.
We didn't think.
I want to just make sure that we have time. I don't want to make a decision about this. I want to take some time. I want to think about it. I just feel like we don't need to act on this. We've defined a lot of capacity.
That's what I said.
So you don't even think we should talk about that big piece of property east of Franklin, west of
by Centinela?
Yeah.
And that I think we can, I think that's fine. That's an easy add.
All right. Is there any commissioner who thinks that's a bad idea? It would be a great time to bring it up. I'm not seeing any. Oh, there we go. Commissioner Landers.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say is I want to come back to what's in our memo in terms of those sites. And we were not, just to be clear, the MUC, we were pretty targeted there, and I think expanding it the way that has been described makes a lot of sense because it will give us a little bit more breathing room elsewhere. I do want to keep an eye on two things as we do that. One is small-scale commercial displacement. I don't think that's a risk based on what I believe is on those sites at the moment. Bluey's is across the street from where we're talking. We're talking about east of Bluey's. And I do not believe that there is much risk of small-scale commercial displacement, but I think we need to just check that box and have that confirmed. And then the other is because that is still vaguely Bergamot area, the other box that we need to tick, I just think we need to get our language right, is the fair housing box, because it is adding new housing capacity in an area that has been commercial light industrial. And while I support it, I want us to be very clear with HCD that we are doing it with a degree of sensitivity and that it is not, that it is not a nefarious act on the part of the city. It's actually a good faith attempt to equitably provide meaningful housing opportunity. So those would be my caveats to the yes, but I'm a yes.
Okay.
CJ.
Yeah, we're listening to the commission's discussion. I just want you to be mindful about talking about rezoning specific properties. We typically do zoning, by zones. It does need to have a rational basis. So we will certainly listen to the commission's discussion tonight, but it is something that we will have to take a look at. There does need to be rational basis for our recommendations, and we just want to make sure the commission is mindful when we have these discussions when we're talking about rezoning.
Can I respond to that?
No, I want to ask a question first, please. And you can, but let me ask a question first, please, John. So a rational basis is not the fact that there's no housing displacement today and we're within walking distance of transit, which is more used by less affluent people than more affluent people? Isn't that a rational basis?
I think our concern is what we were just hearing was, there was a lot of conversation happening, but I think there were discussions about specific properties, versus areas generally, so I think we just want to be mindful, of how that discussion occurs.
Okay. Commissioner Landers, do you have something else?
So I want to try to help create a record that supports a rational basis conversation about this. In our memo, we studied the mixed-use commercial area, and we looked at what might be possible in that area. What we are talking about as a rational basis is essentially the broader upzoning of the MUC in general, right? If you look at our memo 1B3, we said increase Bergamot Transit Village and the north half of MUC to 84 feet and 4.0 FAR. What we're now saying is the north and east segments of MUC. And in fact, the rational basis is the flip of that, because what we are saying is that west of Berkeley, there's actually CCS zoning, that's conservation zoning, and we don't want, the rational basis that we want to upzone MUC on a we think that makes sense. We do not want to upzone the portions of MUC that are adjacent to CCS because we need to preserve the conservation there, and we don't want to put pressure on that conservation. So I don't know if that is a sufficiently rational argument, but I think it's a matter.
It's helpful to, as you're talking about it by zone, and I think what we've heard thus far is just to be east of Berkeley is what I'm hearing in the MUC south of Nebraska, right? Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Jing, for keeping us on track, and Sean for helping us through that, thread that needle. And Commissioner Tolkien, you're muted.
I wanted to ask staff, have they considered the scenario where they removed 4th and Arizona from the SSI list? Because I don't believe it belongs on it.
Okay.
And are they rezoning the whole area around that in downtown?
Well, yeah. So there is zoning already assigned to the 4th and Arizona site, to the extent that there was a recent process underway for the 4th and Arizona site, and the city council has discussed that particular site to be included as one of the city-owned sites. In the housing element, we have not received any direction from the council to remove sites, city-owned sites, from the housing element.
I see. What about the rest of the area around that? Is that all upzoned? It's hard to see from the map that you.
Yeah. So in terms of the current recommendation, and you can see in the table for downtown, the FARs you see there are for Tier 1 in downtown. So I will have to look at a comparison to existing, but in some cases it is higher in terms of existing Tier 1 in downtown. So the FARs that you see there, because for the purposes of the inventory, we can only count Tier 1. We cannot count, bonuses or voluntary tiers or what have you, like tier 2 and tier 3, we can only look at tier 1. So the goal was establishing, minimum feasibility, right, based on inclusionary requirements.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Tolkien?
No, I don't believe that property, even though the city owns it, belongs on that list. It should be.
Can you expand?
Park. And
can you expand on why? I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Can you expand why you don't believe it? Yeah.
Well, because it is central to the development of downtown, and we need a park. We need an urban park, not a Reed's Park, not a like we've got across from the pier, Hanva Park. We need an urban park. You could hold markets there. You could have the ice skating that was there in such a park. And it would act as a seed to develop the whole area around. And you could get additional housing. All of the structures around there, except for the old post office, are basically structures that could be replaced with commercial and housing. And you could make up some of those units. That was just my point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Landrich.
Thank you. I really don't want to reopen that conversation. I understand where the view is coming from, and I just want to say for the record that our city-owned sites are few and far between, and if we're going to make any progress in achieving affordable housing, we have to use our city-owned sites to do that, because otherwise land values are just out of reach, profoundly out of reach. But that is not where I wanted to take the conversation. I wanted to bring the conversation to affirmatively furthering fair housing, if we can.
Well, if that's the R1, can I just make I would suggest that we deal with some of the FARs along commercial boulevards. I think that was going to be a discussion point before we go to the R1.
Sure, I'm happy to wait until we get to R1. I do have stuff I want to talk about with R1. And, well, I want to talk about fair housing. R1 may be part of it, but yeah. Thanks.
Commissioner Fresco.
What we had recommended last time is, well, I guess staff showed us, no, I'm looking for that diagram, that with the yellow box. Jean, would you mind putting that back up? But I think basically east of 26th Street between Colorado and Wilshire and then west of 26th Street between Santa Monica and Wilshire is what we recommended to be upzoned to 70 feet. There it is.
Is this the right map?
That is exactly it. Thank you. So, I would, as I said before, I think that, these are kind of the highest levels that are on the table so far. And that we should study them in the EIR at the very least. And I think we should, when we put things forward to City Council and the red line, they're going to want to make adjustments as they see fit. And I think we're better off giving them things to adjust down than trying to anticipate which heights they're going to be uncomfortable with and meeting their satisfaction that way. So, that would be where I would suggest we go with that. And then I have one other thing which I've brought up before, and I know it's not heights, it's really zoning and it's for later, but it is something to talk about, which is the idea of this really strange new use that we've never had in Santa Monica called apartment building. And this isn't a building that has ground floor commercial where housing is permitted on the ground floor, but this is an actual apartment building that would that would just be completely residential, that we wouldn't have to have so many buildings with that weird little inset down floor with a space in front where somebody imagined chairs that is now a vacant storefront. And we just have too many of those mixed-use buildings, and this would make for better living spaces throughout a building. And to reiterate that other idea about also zoning, which isn't, I know exactly what we're talking about, but this idea that if these buildings are within, say, 1,000 feet, which is roughly 2 blocks of a city park, maybe they don't need to have as much shared open space as we would normally require, so that we can then use that FAR or that area within the structure for more units. So that's just a thing I like to put on the table over and over again until maybe someday it'll sink in.
When we get to the zoning code, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, but it won't be new, so you have a chance to think about it.
Okay, very good. So let's go back to that area of the, I think it's the MUB. It went from, in our recommendation, in the Planning Commission recommendation, 3.25, and staff is saying 2.75. Are we looking to make a change there to go back to the 3.25 or to the 3 as recommended by one of the callers? This is the kind of direction that staff's looking for tonight. I'm going to go with Commissioner Lambert first, and then I see Commissioner Fondaminardi.
Well, I think I said earlier, I would support going back to the 3.25 that we'd agreed on before. See what happens with the city council, but that's my judgment.
Commissioner Fondaminardi.
I would be comfortable with 3.0.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners on this issue of A, are you comfortable moving up? And then B, should it go to 3.25 or to 3? Anybody have strong opinions on that?
Can you restate exactly which track we're looking at?
I'm looking at MUB, the MUB zone, and it's kind of it's somewhat reflected in that drawing that we just had up in the yellow.
Right. No, I was looking at a GIS map, so I had that over. It was covering my screen, and okay.
There you go.
Yeah. That's right. Sorry. Thank you. I am absolutely comfortable going up in MUB. I'm comfortable going as high as, 3 and a quarter. Yep.
Chair, just to be, I think, helpful here, it may be helpful instead of talking about the zone, if your point of discussion is about this yellow box, there are multiple zones in it. So I just want to distinguish, if you're talking about just MUB, like that's only Wilshire. If you're talking about Santa Monica Boulevard, that's like general commercial and MUBL. Broadway and Colorado are mostly MUBL. So if you talk about, geographic location, that probably helps us a little bit more in terms of, what the commission's intent is.
Jim, are we taking this district by district, or how are you doing this?
I'm bringing up things that I am just bringing up what I thought I heard other commissioners commenting on, and I'm not.
There were 2 other districts.
There's no district per se.
Well, there's 4 spots on this, or 5 actually, spots on this chart that was in our staff report where staff scenario 4 is different from the Planning Commission's February 2nd scenario 3. Right. So do we want to just vote on those, or?
Yeah, let's make sure we define those. If we could have staff's help to put the map back up and then walk us through the zones, Nina, and then we can point to exactly where we're talking about.
Okay. So will MUBL, I believe on that map, includes Santa Monica from Cloverfield to the city limit, and Broadway and Colorado from Lincoln to 20th Street.
Right.
And we recommended 3.25, and staff is suggesting 2.75. So,
And we're just talking, are we just talking about the corridors themselves, or when you get into the
Yeah, no, these are just the corridors, just the commercial boulevards, the sections on that other slide that Jing showed us where there is no existing or very little existing rent-controlled housing.
Okay, and staff, I believe, is using their cursor to kind of walk us through that. Yes, Commissioner Landers.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Commissioner Fresco said something super helpful a few minutes ago where she distinguished between our recommendations and what should be studied in the updated EIR. I think that it would be very helpful as a blanket suggestion if we took Commissioner Fresco's advice and studied the maximal scenarios that either the Planning Commission or the Council has recommended, whatever is higher, because that will give us the flexibility to go that high or to go a little bit lower if in the fullness of time we realize that that's where we need to land. But I would suggest that we look at two numbers when we're talking these things through. So, for example, with MUBL north of I-10, I would recommend, whether or not we endorse the staff's recommendation of 2.75, I believe we ought to study 3.25, no matter where we end up landing.
But now we need to decide what we endorse.
I agree, but what I'm saying is I'm making a blanket recommendation so that we can just like take it off the table and say, please study the maximum heights so that we have the flexibility to deal with this down the line.
Okay.
Right?
The thing is, HCD wants straight numbers, Sean.
Yeah,
no, I understand that. I understand that, but what I'm saying is if we recommend, let's say we recommend 2.75 and we only study 2.75 and it turns out that we could have gone to 3.25, we can't because we don't have an EIR to let us do it.
I get it. I know.
Yeah, okay.
Right, I think we all agree on that, I think.
Thank you.
So anyway, MUBL north of I-10, what do we want to recommend to council for the actual housing element?
3.25.
3.25. So do you want to do a straw poll on each of these? Basically,
I think we're going to go faster if we just do a quick straw poll.
Okay. For that, or should I keep going?
Well, we have this one in front of us right now. Let's go. MUBL north of I-10. Should we go up to the 3.25?
Okay, let's put thumbs up, everybody.
Straw poll. I don't know about a straw poll with thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
Any opposition to this?
Any vote that you take needs to be a roll call vote
Thank you.
because you're operating teleconference.
Can you call for Commissioner Fontaminardi's thumb?
Did you want me to call the roll on that one?
Yes, please. Sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. And sorry, I missed this is for 3.25?
Correct.
Right, for MUBL north of I-10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fontaminardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien?
No.
And Chair Reese?
Yes.
That's 5-2.
Okay, now Nina, take us to the next.
The next one that is different between scenario 3 and scenario 4 is MUB, which is Wilshire all the way from Lincoln to the city limit. And
actually, MUBL Lincoln, which the staff wants to go higher than we did.
That's fine.
But we're not talking about that right now.
Okay.
I mean, with the whole concept that you just put out there, we don't want to change that.
Right.
Agreed.
We want to look at the map.
100%. Agreed. I just naming that was the other staff difference. That's all. I'll move 3.25 for MUB. Liked it in February. I don't see any difference now.
Yeah.
I'll move it for MUB and GC. I mean, I'll move it for those two.
Okay,
Can we
GC
do-
for everyone is Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th Street.
Yeah.
That's car dealership.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
We'll
draw
take
poll
those,
for those two.
take those two. There was a motion by Landris. I'll second it.
Well, they're not motions, they're straw polls, but yeah.
So this is MUB and GC Santa Monica Boulevard for 3.25.
Yep.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
No.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
No.
Commissioner Tolkien,
No.
and Chair Reese.
Yes.
4-3.
I'm curious whether Ellis wanted to do one but not the other.
Well,
It doesn't matter. It's
Okay. Well,
Okay.
this is discussion. So, okay.
Doesn't matter. I think it matters. Anyway, so then, well, now I see that I highlighted HMU, that we wanted to bring that up and staff didn't. But when I look at HMU, it's just St. John's.
Right, exactly.
So who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. It's a DA. So then the other one that is different
Go back.
is Neighborhood Village.
Right, exactly.
And that one we recommended 4.0 but of course,
Go back. Go back. We're too far forward.
No, Nina, we did, but the commission did not.
Who? No. Go back a slide. Go back a slide. A few slides. That it's there. Sorry. Go forward one slide. Nope.
the slides are lagging.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Is it the map or the table?
No, let's
It's the
first of all,
table.
wait, hold on a second. Can you define the area on the map before we go to the table so that we all know exactly what we're
Neighborhood Village is the northeast part of downtown. So it's west of Lincoln, not including Lincoln, and east of 4th Street, not including 4th Street. Just 6th and 7th downtown.
So it's the area you see. I have
There.
a map
In
of
the
right now in downtown. It's in the yellow outline.
Right.
And just for clarification, the reason we didn't have it in the downtown table is because those reflect Tier 1 FARs. This was a Tier 3 recommendation. I do just want to clarify that this would have no impact on the inventory for the SSI. We cannot assume Tier 2 or Tier 3 in the inventory. We can only assume Tier 1.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Move on.
But there was another one where we disagreed, and it was 2 slides ahead of where that thing is. If Jing, if you advance it 2 slides.
2 slides, okay. Right
here. Yes. No, I'm. One more. Sorry.
One more. Okay.
No, so we're on the same.
Yeah.
So that's basically all of that.
I think if I may just, based on what you were talking about tonight, I think that you were talking about MU seen south of Nebraska, east of Berkeley?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to find my little map here.
Yeah, we agreed on that, Nina, remember?
Yeah, I just want, she's asking for confirmation, and I just want to look at it before I say yes, for sure. But, of course, now I can't find the page.
Oh, there's the PowerPoint.
No, it's
Fabulous.
It's true.
Okay, I believe you.
And I think, just to confirm, what I heard there was 4.0 and 84 feet for MUC south of Nebraska, east of Berkeley.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right.
And reframing it, what we're saying is MUC except for west of Berkeley and south of Nebraska, right? That's the reframing for rational basis.
That's better.
Yeah.
Commissioner Raskin?
So back in February, I floated the idea of raising heights higher than 84 to take development pressures off of other parts of the city. And I'm curious if folks are interested at all in revisiting the height standards here.
But don't forget about the density bonus.
Right. So we already are going higher than 84, and I feel like making too much of a move at once is never a good idea.
Yeah,
so this is like an incremental move according to our current needs.
So my only comment on that is, we want to make sure that 80 feet is feasible with the 4.0. We want to get the value out of the 4.0. So,
right.
Is that something that gets studied in the EIR, or is that a direction we could give in the HRNA study? Is do we need more height to really get the value of the 4.0 than 80 feet? Staff, is that a direction that we should be concerned with and or can offer to you guys?
Sorry, I just missed that. Are you talking about just in this MUC area or just generally?
Well, we're talking about 80 feet, so I'm assuming it's the MUC area.
Yeah, the 4.0, 84 feet in the MUC except for west of Berkeley and south of Nebraska. And I think the question is whether, we already have the MUC north of Nebraska. So if you're talking about essentially an extra chunk south of Nebraska, the study at 4.0.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me try to clarify. The question is more, we're kind of set on the 4.0. The question is 84 feet going to work for us? Is that going to give us a 4.0 development?
I think yes. When we let me just check with the team, because I think we actually looked at this with the architects on our team.
And then I guess the question.
And I think the 84 feet did correspond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to try to be certain about that to the greatest extent we can.
Yeah.
Well,
that's confirmed. We did.
If you do that, if you do the math, it's simple. 84 feet is going to be 7 or 8 floors. So that means that, you're going to take up half the lot to get 4.0 if you get 7 or 8 floors in there. So it's not a problem to go 84 feet and 4.0. It's going to work.
Yep. If it was only that easy, but, I understand what you're saying. You're right. There's logic to that. But, okay, Commissioner Raskin.
I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but look, if we're going to make bold moves in our housing element, I really want to challenge the rest of you to go a little bit higher here. I know we're going to get the density bonus height increases. I know that, with, affordable projects, there's all sorts of extra incentives, but I think that if we're going to embrace, ground floor uses that include potential open space, then I think we should strongly consider going higher than 84.
I hear you. I tend to agree with Commissioner Raskin, but I am not seeing 2 more votes that get us moving that direction.
Well, let me come back then if this is the right time. What we just did in those 3 moves, we've added a lot of extra capacity to our city. Mm-hmm. I think that extra capacity has to be spent in the right place. That if in fact we need 13,000 buffer, and we just gained 500 or 1,000, whatever we did by making those moves, the place we should put it, the place where it has the greatest benefit, would be to make sure there's a park in the center of our downtown. That is, there is Boston Commons, there's a Santa Monica Commons. And without that, everything we're doing turns into just jungle land. We're just packing in people. We have to consider open spaces. Open spaces are as valuable as the historical fabric of our city, are as valuable as the ecology of our city, and no one's speaking up for open space. And everyone thinks that the only thing that is worth seeing is increasing numbers of housing. And all those people are going to need open spaces, particularly when one of the first things those developers are going to do, they're going to take their 3 bonuses and they're going to eliminate the open space after they eliminate the setbacks. So the open space is going to be the last reservoir, the livability in the center of our downtown. So I would say that we take the 7th and 5th in Arizona project and scale it back and make it 1/4 of the housing that's now proposed there, which is 338, and make it 75 or 80 housing units, and leave the rest of it as open space.
Commissioner Landris.
I'm sorry, this cannot go unresponded to, respectfully. City-owned land is the only place we can build affordable housing. I mean, it just, I spend a lot of time working with LA County, okay? I spend a lot of time in other parts of our county. And I have to say, I am so lucky to live in Santa Monica. I am so blessed to live in Santa Monica, where we have tree cover and where we have an ocean and where we have Clover Park and Tongva Park and Virginia Avenue Park and what will be Bob Holbrook Park and all of the parks in our city. We are so incredibly lucky. I cannot, with a straight face, recommend to the City Council that we take one of the few serious parcels we have to make a dent in our affordable housing gap and say, 4 blocks from the beach, that we are not going to put housing there. I'm sorry. It is just I couldn't sleep at night if that was the expectation. Respectfully, I understand what your argument is, but I mean, you've got to look at the rest of the world.
My argument is quite simple, that even though you listed all those parks, statistically we are underparked as a city, because our beach doesn't count. Our beach is a regional park. It's not our park.
Actually, when we did the study, the place that was underparked, I will grant you that there is a place that it's underparked. The place that is underparked is north of Wilshire, around 19th, 20th Street. That is statistically where we found that there was underparked. We were not underparked at 4th and 5th in Arizona.
Where is all the development going to land? Land is
beyond statistics.
Okay.
This is the development
and statistics.
And the downtown is going to balloon. So, and we can't rely on the airport park because that's like in Siberia. You have to drive there. So we need parks where the people are going to be, and that's going to be downtown.
Well, okay. So you have a recommendation. If you can get a second and move the commission, let's do it. But I don't sense that you're going to get 4 votes on this.
Well, I'm waiting for a second.
Say that again?
I'm waiting for a second to cut down the amount of units at 5th in Arizona to 1/4 of the 300.
Okay. So we have a first and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Well, hold on. I'd like to ask Commissioner Funabinardi if you'd be willing to move that development to the parcel we were just talking about in Bergamot.
I'm sorry, to move which development? I'm sorry.
Take the density from 4th and Arizona and then just, upzone the Bergamot parcel accordingly.
Which I don't know which parcel you're referring to that we're upzoning. Which
it's
parcel?
the one we were just talking about with the 84-foot height limit.
What about spot zoning? Private land? How high do you have to go to make that pencil for a private landowner?
I'd be willing to. I think the open space is more valuable downtown. I'm certainly willing to spread it out to move it to another place.
Commissioner Lambert.
I just want to reemphasize what Sean said. City land is the only option we have right now for affordable housing because there is no money for affordable housing in the city. So if you make a contribution of the land to the affordable housing development, that is the only method we have at this point, and we can't not do it.
Okay.
We have a motion.
Commissioner Raskin, I don't think you got to trade off that. So I think it's time to call this question.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
No.
Commissioner Landris?
No.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yes.
And Chair Reese?
I would love to see this site be a park, but I agree that we need the public lands for the housing right now. So I'm voting against this. No.
Motion fails 5-2.
Sean, I think it's time to turn to the affordable, furthering fair housing.
Let me segue with that, because we're talking about what's happening on public land, and I do want to make a comment about the public land, and it is a reaction to the staff report, and it's feedback that we heard from a number of people before the matter went to council last time, and that is, I believe strongly that with respect to the housing opportunities on city land, there needs to be an open RFP process. I do not believe that there should be individual handcrafted RFPs with limited times and dates that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. This was the question that was posed when the PS3 contracts were approved, and somebody said, well, why can't the second place winner get the contract for, the next parking structure, or fourth and fifth in Arizona? I really feel strongly that instead of saying we're going to do 3 RFPs by 2027, that we should invest the time and resources in coming up with the standards that we believe are appropriate for below market rate housing in Santa Monica on city-owned land, and allow any developer at any time to come to the city with a proposal for 100% affordable housing. We have seen this work in other jurisdictions. It does not guarantee that it will happen, but it certainly makes it much more likely that if an opportunity arises, that a developer can immediately grab it and bring a proposal to the city. I know that it's going to be more work up front for staff. I want to acknowledge that, but I actually think that it will get us where we've promised that we're going. And so I want to make a motion that rather than having discrete RFPs for discrete sites, that we recommend that the city develop standards for an open and continuing RFP for the duration of the housing cycle.
For all sites. For all sites at the same time.
Yeah. That we develop this. I mean, it's sort of a master plan, if you will. I think some of our commissioner colleagues have written eloquently about the need for master planning, and I think this is one of the places where we could actually do that smartly.
Commissioner Raskin. Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I really like this idea, and I'm supportive of it. I'm concerned that we might run into trouble with the Surplus Land Act when dealing with city-owned sites, because that statutory process has a very specific and complex procedure for offering those sites to affordable housing developers. So if there's a way to reconcile what you're proposing with the Surplus Land Act, I'd for it.
Well, I'll amend my own motion to do so in a manner that is consistent with the Surplus Land Act. I mean, I don't think we're going to solve it on the dais, but if you set those standards and then you also say, hey, assuming that something comes in that is appealing, we got to work through the Surplus Land Act, that is still faster, cheaper, and better than having to handcraft a site-specific RFP.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I have a question now. In all of these scenarios with the city land, the city still retains the title to the land, and someone can build on it, and after X number of years, who inherits that building? What happens to that building? What's the end game in this situation?
Well, it's a ground lease, and the city can set whatever terms it wants. Again, the beauty of the open RFP is to say, we're going to set a 99-year ground lease, and it's 99-year deed restricted for the term of the ground lease, and you want to reopen that in 100 years, then you can, but you don't get your, we set the terms. And if somebody wants to come and play, they can come and play our rules. But we're not, right?
And I would say that the nonprofits I've worked with that do their 55-year covenants, it's always in about year 30, they're looking to do an upgrade on the project. They need money. And so they go out and get a new funding source and they do another 55 years.
Right.
So there's a built-in mechanism for these people to extend these out. But, you know, certainly, as Sean says, we want to write the rules to make sure that it stays affordable, even after we're long gone.
Which may be soon.
Well, that was pleasant, Commissioner.
I know. Sorry. I haven't had dinner. I'm sorry.
All right, so let's get her dinner by getting through the rest of the conversation here.
So I made a motion with Ellis seconding it with the Surplus Land Act consistency.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. So do we want a straw poll?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do we want what?
A straw poll on a continuing open RFP with standards for all city-owned sites that are consistent with the requirements of the Surplus Land Act and any other, rules that may be the Coastal Commission, anything else that might be required, but that it's an open and continuing RFP rather than a site-specific discrete RFP.
Good idea.
Okay, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tolkien,
No.
and Chair Reese.
Yes.
So shall I jump in on the fair housing?
Please, take it away.
Thanks. Okay, so I want to acknowledge that this is a struggle and that, everything I said before, I don't want to repeat because I said it before and you've all heard it. So what I'd like to consider is how else we might achieve the goals that we've set. And I want to put a few things on the table and see if anybody else wants to go down the rabbit hole with me. One of them, staff said, let's upzone 7th, 14th, and 26th Street to R2. We said no. Council said no. I had asked last year, and I think I would ask again, given that there are already some multifamily developments between roughly Alta and Montana, between 9th and 26th. What would it look like there's some multifamily at like 17th, 18th, 19th, and then there's a house at, I think, 9th or 10th in Alta. There's another one on Euclid. They're all within, you can't tell that they're multifamily. They just look like big houses. Given that some of those exist, what does it look like for us? What would it look like for us instead of upzoning 7, 14, 26 to consider an overlay on the Alta to Montana strips? And because it's my own neighborhood, it doesn't, and I also would look at the part of Sunset Park, just half a block to 3/4 of a block south of Pico, where I live on a street and we coexist with single family homes and multifamily homes very, very nicely. And it works, and you have housing diversity. I think that I would like to explore that. I don't have the tools to do the analysis myself, but I think there are some opportunities there. I also think that would have to be backed up by a commitment from the city to address the transportation, the mobility impact there, and I think we'd have to look at microtransit on Montana in order to connect some of those folks to where they need to go in the morning because of what transportation and mobility look like in that neighborhood. But I think that would be one thing to consider. I also think it would be worth considering various approaches to overlays. We've been very clear that we do not want to put any displacement risk anywhere near Wilmot. We had that discussion about R2. So I tend not to want to expand R2. I tend to want to look at an R1 overlay that is targeted to the parts of our city that have areas of racially concentrated wealth. And I would want to look at incentivizing multi-unit developments that are in scale appropriate to the neighborhood, but in capacity represent a meaningful opportunity to overcome decades of redlining and expand homeownership opportunity for people who've been behind the 8 ball since the teens and 20s.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So Sean, if it's not a new addition to R2 and it's going to be multifamily enough to change the kind of development that's there significantly, doesn't it have to be 6 to 7 unit capacity? Or
it does.
So then why is so it's R2?
Well,
or
but there are unit density caps, and I think it's recognizing the unique historic characteristics of the north of Montana neighborhood, right? I think it's taking the time to get to what we want, and I'd rather use the tools available in SB9. Like I'd rather look at SB9 and relaxing some of the rules, but maintaining our R1 as many R1 envelope limits as currently exist, and seeing what we would have to relax. We saw some of that research before. I think when you go to R2, you suddenly have that's a whole other conversation.
So isn't it R2M, R2 Montana, where
May I say something?
Well, I'm still asking my question. He didn't answer my question. Just give me a second.
Hold on, Commissioner Lambert, hold on.
So what you haven't let me ask, I keep starting to say.
I'm sorry.
R2, but with special development standards for Montana, north of Montana, so it's R2N.
I'd prefer R1 plus.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert.
You have OP1.
Commissioner Lambert. Wait.
R2R also.
You guys, Commissioner Lambert has the floor, please.
What we're talking about has absolutely zero to do with SB9. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys are frozen.
No,
Can
we're
you
not
hear me?
frozen. Yes.
Situation, because we're talking about 6 to 7 units on a parcel. That is not SB9. What we're talking about, and I understand Sean's rationale. I don't think he wants to go in with an amendment of R2. He wants an overlay like one R1Q, something standard that would allow for 6 or 7 units lot. That's not SB9. That's a standard.
Okay.
For political reasons, calling it R2 is probably not the R1Q. I want to put the HRNA analysis that shows 6 or 7 units affordable. That was rental housing. So this is for wealth accumulation. It may be desegregation, but it's not wealth accumulation. But I still support it.
So I mean, that was Leslie. Your internet connection is having a few issues because we had a little trouble hearing you. But basically, I think what you were arguing for is SB9 wouldn't get to where Sean wants to go. You support where Sean kind of wants to go, but you think we need to do it through a modification to R2 standards as opposed to with a new overlay in the area.
No, I agree with him. The probably makes more sense from the standpoint of acceptability to the public. This is not an SB9 situation because this is weird.
Yeah, we're really having trouble.
Yeah, I can't understand.
Hello? Basically, I support what Sean is saying. It's not SB9.
I'm sorry, Leslie, what if you turn off your camera? If you turn off your camera and speak, your internet might be a little less excited.
What I heard Leslie say was that it was politically more palatable.
Sean, let her talk. It didn't work. What did she say, Sean?
She said that she was making the observation that perhaps R1 plus was going to be politically more palatable for the diverse membership of our community than R2 minus, number one, and also that she wanted us to be aware that what we were talking about was a shift from rental housing to, because the HRNA analysis assumes rental housing, that this is a shift to home ownership housing, and that what we are talking about. No, did I miss that?
Yes. What I was saying was that the HRNA model of 5 would be condos, the rental would be the affordable.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with wealth. But that's
Leslie,
okay.
Can I just
unfortunately, we're only hearing like every fourth word. So maybe
Jing knows what she was saying. Let Jing talk.
Yeah, so if it's
But
the
he didn't.
HRNA analysis, is that it actually did consider, it was assuming condos, so 6 to 7 condos in order to accommodate an on-site affordable unit. Now under the AHPP, that unit can be a rental unit or an ownership unit. The other, I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Landris say is that what you want is to allow 6 to 7 units, but within an R1 envelope. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Work.
And I mean, I think just to share, so we did that analysis. HRNA actually ran that analysis, and you can see the analysis they did. It actually isn't feasible to do 6 to 7 units within the existing R1 envelope. They did say that it needs more height. Like we need to expand the envelope a little bit. So whether it goes all the way to R2, but it could be something in the middle. But you definitely couldn't do it just with existing R1 standards. It needs to effectively.
It was beyond R2 development standards. It was beyond R2.
No, it was essentially matching. Yeah, pre-post R2. So.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up to that? While Jing is still with us.
Yes, sir.
Jing, how did in that analysis, R2, we've had these long conversations about the unit density caps, right? How did those play out, and would they play, because on the R1 properties that we're looking at, in the areas of racially concentrated wealth, we have some pretty large lots, right? And so I wouldn't want to have, this is one of my objections to the R2 logic, I would not want to have a cap on the number of units, because you could do a lot more inside an envelope if you with some allowances on a pretty large lot. So how would how does that play out?
I mean, you certainly, if that's what you're thinking, to do R2 density with something between R1 and R2, if it's not in fact just R2 standards, it doesn't have to have the density caps. The density caps are there because, as we've explained before, it's in, our multi-unit neighborhoods where we have all of our rent control housing. That's part of the protective measure. In this case, it's something that we would have to look at. If we understand the concept you're going for is, R2 without density caps.
And North Montana.
Right, and North of I'm hearing you're saying it's between Montana and Alta, I think.
Yep.
And then I think you said the half block south of Pico and Sunset Park.
I would study it as well. I also think it's a model. It's also a model. Some of those grandparented units are a model for what we're looking at, because they're nicely scaled. You walk in the neighborhood and they're not, you see these larger lots that have 1 and 2 story with a lot of open space on my street. It's actually kind of interesting to see because they have a lot of room to work with on those lots. So adding that, if we need to add that flexibility in Sunset Park, I'm loath to ask another neighborhood to do something that I wouldn't want to see in my own neighborhood. So I say that quite honestly, but also because I think it's a good model for what could happen north of Montana.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And be additive to the neighborhood rather than disruptive.
Can I say something? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me? You just can't see me.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
You can hear you. The HRNA study, and I suggest you guys look at it, said that to build 6 or 7 units on a single-family parcel required an expansion of R2 development standards. Okay? So R1 standard, an R1 envelope is not going to work. And when you consider that NOMA, most of the lots there are 7,500 square feet or less, then you have to keep that in mind as well. So there you have it.
Okay. Jamie
area
highlighted that to us.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
Well, first, I just wanted to note that I'm pretty sure the area that Commissioner Landris was describing is just standard 7,500 square foot parcels. So that's a thing to know. The big parcels are west of there and on the edge of the bluff. And while I think that it puts different kinds of housing choices in a area where they weren't, for me, I guess I'm just stuck on that old idea of putting it on the through streets that connect across the city that feather through the neighborhood, so that we're really mixing it up in that neighborhood the way it is in Sunset Park and in our other R1 districts, where the R2 kind of feathers through. So even the people on the R2 lots, which might end up being denser and more developed with less open space, still get to live in that R1 verdant environment. And of course it doesn't work with R1 standards, because R1 standards were invented to make it impossible to have income housing there. That's why they have to have so much open space that you can't build on. That was what they were thinking. So that is actually why they say that it is inherently exclusionary. It's not just that we say there can only be one building, but you literally can't fit income housing on the lots with that kind of zoning. So I think, basically just spreading the zoning from the other side of Montana in and narrowing it in, I feel doesn't quite have the same effect as having streets that cut through it and divide it into chunks. That's my personal opinion, but I already brought that up last time and you guys already didn't want to send it to council. And even when they heard about it, they didn't want to do it anyway. So there's that.
Yeah, and there's the fact that we got denied because we didn't have something like this in there. So we have to come up with something.
Right. So, if we're going to do it, I personally think if we say, well, we need you to think about it again because we're in this pickle, I would rather do the one that I think is a little bit more equitable, personally, by feathering it in.
Okay, so we've heard pretty good, strong opinions from two commissioners. Do we have any other comments on how to tackle this beast? Okay.
Well then, I think I do have more ideas, but I've lost the third page of my notes.
Staff, where does this leave you with, you're not getting great direction from HCD on how to deal with this. We've given you options that are politically very uncomfortable for this commission, much less this city.
I think this is, this has been very helpful listening to your discussion tonight. I think we do have, I appreciate the straw polls that really helps us in terms of clear direction and, what you're looking for. We will have, I think we will take this with consideration. It needs to obviously go to council. In terms of the AFFH issue, like I said, we are not final in terms of our discussion. So, if the target isn't deed restricted affordable housing, we may not need to be going, as to what we were talking about tonight, if it's more just about just overall production, right? That is something more feasible in terms of developing metrics. So, I expect we probably have a couple more calls with HCD. I'm hopeful that we can sort of, wrap things up. So we do anticipate being back to you with something more concrete on the 15th. But I think your discussion tonight in terms of this idea for R1 is helpful, as something to put out there, of what would address their concerns, in addition to these other ideas that have been talked about in the process and, not been accepted, by decision-making bodies.
Okay.
I think we have what we need, for now.
Well, let us give you more then. No. Okay, commissioners, do you have final thoughts here? Wrap this up. Commissioner Fresco, I saw your hand up first.
Yeah, I just have one other thing to say about the feathering. I was just going over my notes, and I was noting that one of the patterns that we've been developing and increasing frequently in our city zoning is a more fine-grained pattern of smaller zones mixed in together and I think that is actually something that we can highlight as a really positive thing that, in the rest of the city, it's really broken up. And it's just this north of Montana area where we have the most solid mass. And so really just making a fine-grained sort of variety that allows different kinds of homeowners, and even if we can't get it to actual affordable units in those areas because it's just too darned expensive, I think that highlighting the fact that we're able to add different kinds of homes to those areas and different kinds of living styles is a big thing that we could really kind of punch up and discuss.
Commissioner Lambert.
I just want to say something about Sunset Park, and it's probably not news to anybody, but there are far, far, far more multifamily units. There are many rent control units which outnumber the single family units, and there are many rental units and condo units that have been built since 1979. So it's a very different scheme from the NOMA situation. And Nina's right, they're feathered throughout the neighborhoods. I mean, I live within a few blocks of Courtyard Apartments. It's very different. It's a very different landscape. So I just wanted to remind people of that.
Commissioners, any final thoughts on tonight's discussion? Okay.
I would just, yes, you're right, Leslie. I think that what we need to do is recognize what I will go back to what I said earlier in terms of the whole city being a high resource area and the north of Montana being the highest resource area. And I really want to urge staff and the city council to kind of figure out a way to make HCD deal with that, right? And to understand that our fair housing work is going to look a lot different than other cities' fair housing work, precisely because of the unique characteristics of our city, and that we have an opportunity to create different middle class home ownership opportunities, different kinds of rental opportunities. The whole story is not about below market rate. I think, we have to lead with our housing preservation strategy here. I mean, the biggest difference we will make in advancing fair housing is in preserving people in their homes, preserving seniors in their homes who are at risk of homelessness, preserving people in their homes who are in rent-controlled units and other units that are that if they were ever forced to move, they would find themselves unable to afford anything remotely near here, right? And which would affect their jobs and their schooling and all of that. So there has to be understanding that our housing preservation is the core of our affirmatively furthering fair housing policy. But then, yes, we acknowledge that there is this racially concentrated wealth in some of our R1 neighborhoods, and we should take a scalpel and we should target where we can those neighborhoods to address that racially concentrated wealth in ways that don't necessarily include below market rate housing in those neighborhoods, because that will simply never get built. But yeah, maybe a $2 million, I hate to say it, but let's be realistic. It is a heck of a lot easier to afford a $2 million condo than it is to afford an $8 million condo. right? That may sound horribly privileged, but for people who have two professional incomes in the middle, people who are making good money in a professional job, working in Santa Monica, working nearby, you can actually make a down payment and pay a mortgage on a $2 million condo in a way that you simply can't on an $8 million house. You can. And I think we have to acknowledge that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say that that's still too big of a mortgage, but you're right. It's an easier.
It's a horrible mortgage. Right, exactly. But,
Okay.
But Sean, I have to say one thing. When you look at what we've just done, we've taken a city that is on average about 2 stories, and no one's going to tear down a 2-story building to build a 3-story building. But the moment we end up putting a 4-story city or a 5-story city, you can guarantee all those 2-story buildings are going to be gone because the weight of the profit above those 2 stories is too great. It's just going to crush them. And you can use that same analogy for any level of stories, any number of stories. When you go over substantially over the existing stories, it means you're going to eliminate the existing stories. You're going to displace a lot of people. This is a displacement strategy. That's going to be an inevitable cost of what we've just ordered up by zoning up to 70, 84 feet. It's just going to crush entire blocks. So just
But Mark, who lives there? In Bergamot? Who lives there?
Well, it's not.
Remove.
Well, it's like there's a part down our street. There's buildings up and down our streets that are 2-story apartments that are going to turn into 4-story apartments, 6-story apartments.
Well, is there another way to get the housing? Are we going underground?
Well, it's not a question of whether it's positioned high or low. It's a question of the inherent value when you upzone that there's all this profit up here. And so it just says, oh, well, we don't need those 2 lower units for those people who have been living there for 20 years. We can build up as high as we want. It's just too much profit. It's the same thing. We see it over and over again. Whenever you zone up, you end up destroying a lot of housing. There's no way around it. It's just going to happen.
Well, and that's why we try to have strong displacement laws and replacement laws. I mean, the state has taken with their SB 8 rules require replacement of units. And if you don't have income categories, you're going to put 68% of those are going to be low income units divided up between low income, extremely low income, and very low income. So we're trying to solve that problem from a state and a city level. The city's been very good at it has done it longer than the state. But I don't know how we address this housing issue without increasing our heights and our densities, not creating more land.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that whole discussion goes back to an artificial number of 9,000. There isn't that kind of demand. That's just an artificial number. It's an invented number. So,
but it's the law that we're faced with right now.
Right.
So we got to follow, and we took an oath to follow the law. Okay, commissioners. Very good, robust discussion. Any last thoughts, comments before we move to the next item?
You mean there's more?
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to close out this agenda item, and we have public input. Please put up the timer for 1 minute. See if we have public input on items that were not on our agenda tonight.
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, great. So with that, I am going to call for the adjournment. And if I could be so bold, I'd like to do this in honor of my cousin who passed away an hour before this meeting started, Florence Sullivan. She was a professor at the University of UMass, taught computer science and robotics. You will be sorely missed.
I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
You all have a wonderful evening.
So sorry.
Thank you.
Right.